Team has slain an enemy. an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. Shut down. Red team killing spree. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Free. Blue team double kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain. Blue team unstoppable. Blue team has slain. enemy. Blue team killing spree. Slain an enemy. Blue team killing spree. Red team triple kill. Blue team rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Team killing spree. First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. 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 Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Dark. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team rampage. First blood. Tower shields have been shattered. Catapult moving out. Red team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy.
What is up, everybody? We are back right here for the Battle for Supremacy. BFStv top. This is the 5v5 Order of Kings Reign Supreme, and this is your body GANGSTER Jet, and my name is Salu. We're back here for some more action, right, Jet? Because for a fact that we know, we already concluded in our eliminations for the past few days, and it's been already on our day 9. I think it is the day 9, Jet. Like, we're having 4 matches
Yes.
tonight. We're having
Yes, yes.
4 matches tonight. Okay, the 4 matches are gonna be Vietnamese Mafia, also Vietnamese Gangster, Blacklist International, and GMTRs. EXECRATION is gonna be playing too, and Elf Adoption. Mahadewa Esports is also present, and NANOBOT is also present in these matches. Well, I'm expecting so much in this tournament, you know, Jet, because we have Blacklist, we have EXECRATIONs, we have other teams that they have proved themselves. Actually, for Blacklist and EXECRATION, they have like multiple platforms already that they competed in other games. So they're a really well established org, Jet.
Yes, that's true. But to be able for us to focus right now because all the teams in the quarterfinals are in, let's fix this up because right up next we are going to have two of the Vietnamese stars against facing it off in this series tonight because Vietnamese gangsters will be facing off actually Silu against Execration in our next match. Meanwhile, Nanobot will also face the Vietnamese Mafia later on after this certain match. So it would be quite interesting to know how will these people perform since all of them has actually studied each other, played against probably played against each other. These are the top 8 teams that are left, and we are now narrowing it down as we are proceeding and getting closer and closer to our final round, Silas. So I think our games will be quite heated right now.
Yeah, well, as I can say, Jet, because for Execration, I mean, considering that they are well established org, they're actually something, because they just didn't play Honor of Kings, but they did compete in other games as well. So having like, and it's in a like tier one game company or game team, can compete in so many tournaments. You can have so many opportunities. I mean, for Execration, man, I mean, they know what they are doing. They just, since this Honor of Kings, everything's fast paced, but still Vietnamese Gangster. I mean, we've really known these players for the past few matches, the past few days, and Honor of Kings. I mean, they have been doing great well. The energy that they have given up, the momentum, it's all going so well. And this is just gonna be the match one, Jet. I mean, what a great start for today.
That's true, Silu. And speaking of Vietnamese gangsters, quite a performance that they did last time, the round of 16. Very phenomenal. When I was, we were actually uh, saw it last time, even though we were casting as well. Their performance and their really great team fight initiation, team fight, and map control was quite the factor in how they controlled the game. And I think we are getting ready right now for our drafting phase right now as we see Execration, one of the big shots in the Philippines, facing off against Vietnamese gangsters. And we are seeing quite the spectacle here and we are seeing quite the bans. And since we are seeing a Hino ban and a Dun ban on the side of Execration. Meanwhile, it will be a Dolly ban as well and a Dakyao ban on the side of Vietnamese gangsters. So I think, Silu, what do you think is going to be the picking here?
Well, actually, if you're gonna be actually asking me, just for the start for Execration that they have banned Gun. Well, I'm expecting some Lianpo picks again for those stats. I mean, with the lane, with the hack flash, going for the funneling movements actually. Because for the past few games that I've casted, that I observed, having so much space against the enemy team in their camps, they mean so many a lot. Especially that was the I think that was the battle within, I think, the Void Alliance, or no, a GMTRS in 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 𝐎�. I mean, for GMTRs, they actually advanced to the next series. So they have secured themselves with the strategy that they were using. They were actually doing a lot of spaces in these camps. 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 𝐎� wasn't able to take so much, but they were up for the fight. They were standing up against each other when the team clashes are coming in, the shockwaves of the split push, especially for the shadow vanguards. So yeah, I'm expecting some Liampo. Yeah, see, another Dharma coming from the side of Vietnamese Gangster. Dharma is actually good. I mean, that is like the game winner for GMTRs in the for the match 3 of the for the quarterfinals.
Yep, and speaking of Lianpo, your wish has been commanded by Execration right here. So they are picking a Lianpo for probably a roamer on this side, and they're completing this with a Mai Shiranui and an early pick. So we see a very nimble mid laner and very nimble farm lane as well here, picking up that frenzy as the common skill. Meanwhile, on the other side, I think the other side, Vietnamese gangsters, they are actually picking off a Zhang a Dharma, as we have said earlier, and a Zhou as well. So when you take a look at the roster that is currently happening right now in Vietnamese gangsters, they really wanted to go for the sustain and for the prolonged team fights that I think they would like to. Meanwhile, on Execration, they are really playing up with the agility and the positioning when they will be able to actually initiate and sustain team fights, and not just sustain team fights, and actually position themselves into better pickoffs when we take a look at it. Meanwhile, to complete the banning phase on the side of Execration, they took out Lady Sun and Direnji, and then meanwhile on the other side, on Vietnamese gangsters, they also took a Kaiser and then a lane because they know it will be quite crucial for the pick right here for Execration to get a clash lane.
I actually agree with that now, considering that Vietnamese Gangster has a Sunbin. If I'm not mistaken, it's Sunbin.
It's Fang.
Support. Oh, it's Fang.
It's Fang for jungle.
It's Fang. Sorry. No, Windy Boy. Windy Boy is using.
Zhang Fei.
Zhang Fei, yeah, for some reason. My bad, guys. I mean, for Zhang Fei, as we can see, but having Dharma on the other side for Vietnamese Gangster, having also Zhang Fei, you know, a very good support that you can initiate on the very first early clashes, you know, because since that we all for a fact that yeah, Order of Kings is a very fast-paced game, so might as well take a lot of spaces further to the clash lane. And for Vietnamese Gangster, I mean, for their solid lineups, you know, we didn't see much of an investment when it comes to smites, because you know that's what I'm actually curious of, Jet. When it comes to team clashes or team fights, there's so much like two smites that are present in each team, you know, for those objectives. They're gonna be really playing for objectives, not much of a team fight or clashes in lanes or jungle camps. It's much more of a steal when it comes to objectives. You know, they're just waiting for that great time to farm, to play into the late game, and now having the itemization on point to invest in themselves in regards of the team clashes, they have it in the bag, so it's not gonna be a problem for them.
Yes, I think that's quite an observation from you, Sailu. And we are going on live for game number 1 for quarterfinals in our Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Execration against Vietnamese Gangsters. This will be getting heated as early as possible, as we see right now. It would be quite an interesting pick wherein I think Dolly might be in danger here, and Yu might be we just wasted that flash so that he would be able to run away, and the Windy Boy didn't really quite protect that much, but he might be in danger here as we see Mitsura and Rafe, probably on how he pronounced that name, might be quite a dominating this middle lane in the early onsets of this game. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the top lane, on the clash lane, Dharma was having a difficult time here, Silu.
I actually agree with that. Now Dharma is having a difficult time to defend its first tier tower on the very early minutes of the game. It's just like 1 minute and 20 seconds inside the game. Dharma's already having a hard time to defend those. I mean, he's doing a pretty good job on how he can sustain the freezing lanes and the hard lanes, but yeah, for this one, they're gonna be all together in the jungle, taking down the Azure Golem. It's gonna be one more from the execution going in, but a 2v1 situation. Not much of a commotion is gonna be happening, but Dharma goes in it. Oh, a ghost. Oh, Vietnamese Gangster takes one from execution. Mitsura's gonna be going down. A nice hit by Joel. It's gonna be here. Extra Ruffy's gonna be going down as well. Vietnamese Gangster is gonna be having that advantage. It's gonna be 3v1. Execration is gonna be having a hard time. Gonna be a chase down here from the side of Vietnamese Gangsters. 4v1. This is what I'm talking about, Jet, about Vietnamese Gangster. They're really doing a good job on how they can take the jungle camps and their farm lanes to all together. They're not wasting their time all together, since it's gonna be a 4v3 situation. It's gonna be initiated coming from the execution, but never mind, it's gonna be execution taking it all down. It's gonna be defeated right here. Subin is gonna be going down. Another kill here for Carl. It's gonna get defeated. Zhang Fei goes down. A wipe. A 3-man squad wipe with the 4 coming again from the execution. I mean, Dano right here is also on fire, going with a 1v1 situation while having jungle camps all together with a 4v3. Man, I mean, I can see Vietnamese Gangster just goes all out in there, but execution has a better plan in the inside, up in their sleeves, John.
Yes, I think it's more of a they were really into dip and trying to catch that Sun Tzu earlier. It was quite dangerous as they were trying to invade the jungle camps, and that at that point, the other people who were casualties on the first team fight, who actually respawned and quite early, quite on time for their rescue, their reinforcements at that time. Meanwhile, we are trying to look at the farm lane here as Bang Bang might be in danger, but Dharma taking out Mitsura earlier on off screen in the middle lane. I think that my Shiranui needs to actually look out for some reinforcements or get some cover right there. As we can see that Zoyu just rotated right here in the farm lane, trying to zone out so that Danny might not be able to get that much of a farm and not much of a jungle invasion. Meanwhile, we see Vietnamese gangsters, quite a rotation that is going on right now, and I think that is needed for Vietnamese gangsters to actually dominate this game. But Execration has always an answer to that if they take too much time on that, as just like that, Dharma goes down courtesy of Carl.
Actually, I agree with that because now they overloaded the Tyrant on spawn with 4 minutes in the game with 5-3. It's still in the lead for Execration with 1k gold disparity for the side of Execration. I mean, they're not going to be having so much of a commotion with the clash that's happening, Jet. Well, I actually agree with what you said about the Vietnamese gangster. They're actually doing good rotations, but Execration is taking up a lot of space on how they can fight against Vietnamese gangster and how they can stand up. You know, because for in this kind of matches already in these minutes, it's gonna be a scale ability. And talking about scaling, everybody, it looks like height is gonna be going down, but never mind, it's gonna be delayed because Vietnamese gangster is just gonna be doing for that gang with a 2v1. Well, yeah, having the rotation again. Talking about 2v1 is gonna be 4v1 with the side here for the Execration. Another one takes one for the Vietnamese gangster. Another one for Bang Bang. Bang Bang is now out of the map. It's sent back to the lobby. Execration still managed to destroy one tower. Well, as I can say here, Jet, Execration's been doing a good job in how can they lead the disparity against Vietnamese gangsters.
And that is quite a dangerous thing to do, Sailu. And we are looking right now. There's a jungle invasion going on as the Azure Golem might be going on to the side of Execration. Meanwhile, there's a middle lane push, that's a middle lane pressure, and they were able to take that objective on the side of Execration. And I think they are going to transition right there on top of the map, wherein that Dharma is just all alone, might be going in for a team fight. And yes, I think that was a good pick off wherein my Shiranui is went down as well. So I think that that should be a 10-second cooldown or 10-second respawn time that would be waiting on for Mitsura on this case. Meanwhile, Mitsura really needs to actually get covered and try to follow the entire team wherever she goes, because we know my Shiranui right now quite a very blasty hero, but quite soft as well. So I think she needs some covers for her to dish out a lot of damage or not get into deep on this one. Meanwhile, 5 people in the middle lane, 5 people from Vietnamese gangsters trying to actually create pressure right now as Mitsura, the only one to actually defend. Meanwhile, Sun Tzu is going to set sail right now, trying to initiate the team fight, fishing out that Fang, going down with that Fang, and that Fang is going down right now, and Pei will be able to take out that Zoyu, and Sun Tzu will be able to get a double kill. Will he be able to follow up with another one? But the Pei will also get a double kill as well. So it would be a dominating team fight on the side of Execration right now, as they are trying to apply more pressure on 3 more lanes and more on the jungle right now, as they are going to get more objectives because 4 people from Vietnamese gangsters are down and out.
That is quite accurate, Jet, because as we can see from Execration, they have been doing a good job on how they can gang actually for the middle lane. Now taking down the Azure Golem with it secure for the gold disparity. I mean, it's an 11-4 for them. I mean, for Vietnamese gangster, they have the Shadow Vanguard on their side, but it's not enough because Execration has like 1:30 with those buffs for the Tyrant. Having a Tyrant buff, it's much easier to push. And for the side for Winterboy, I think that's Bang Bang. It's gonna be a 4v1, but not. They're gonna be hiding as well. Now Execration is just doing a good job on how they can take some information so Vietnamese gangster can actually do, because you know Execration has the map control right here for the jungle already. For the Vietnamese gangster, it's gonna be hard for them to take some spaces around from Execration, because for a fact that we know Execration has been doing a lot of split push right now, having to control mid with a 4v2. Oh, look at that. They have been split pushing, as we can see right now, Jet. Now they're in the jungle camps. I mean, it's gonna be again for the top. They're gonna be going in. A 2v1 goes and dive. It's gonna be a killing spree right here. What is time for Danny? But still manages. It's gonna be a minigang going out It's gonna be zoning phase right here for the top for execution. Now tier 2 towers is down from the top lane and the bot lane. Still strong and healthy for the middle lane, but the execution is literally dominating in this path because Vietnamese gangsters have nothing much to offer right here for the top for execution because they have been being dominated by execution. But I mean the only way that I can see for Vietnamese gangster and how they can retake some of this is they need to put a lot of pressure in one of those lanes, you know, exposing some crystals, some tier 1 towers or tier 2 towers. Yeah,
That's true. They need to actually create and apply pressure, but with that, they need to actually find the right time to create pressure. And when execration will actually make a mistake, they need to wait for execration to make mistakes or wait for execration to actually split up. Meanwhile, I think Sunswa will be actually setting sail here, trying to scout the jungles right here around the Overlord, and I think they will be actually clear for that. And well, it is still split. They're still looking for information right now as execration might be actually going in for that Overlord. Meanwhile, Carl and Hyde will be dishing out that damage on the side of execration, so they will be able to pick off that Overlord on their side. Also, with that Tyrant, courtesy of Danny over there. So it would be quite an advantage right here for execration when they are going to initiate a team fight. So the more they have the buff, the more they have the objective, the more they can inflict pressure, the more they can deal damage right now, as we can see. Since Vietnamese gangsters right now, they are quite on the defensive because they don't want to make mistakes as well, or they don't want to get picked off. That is why they need to actually get back on their tier 2 or in their high ground towers, just to make sure that no one dies and they will make execration make mistakes.
actually I agree with that because now for the Sophie Vietnamese gangster, since execution has these Overlord Tyrants and now enhanced, I mean they have been pushing right now. For Vietnamese gangster, I mean just one wrong push. Talking about push, gonna be here a 4-man shockwave coming from the Vietnamese gangsters, but execution is gonna be taking one, and now Batman goes down. It's another one here for the Winter Boy, having so much of an information, but look at that, tries to get out, but gets a double kill instead. It's gonna be Danny right here, taking the dominating scene. It's gonna be Rafe, taking on the zoning. It's gonna be a crucial team fight on DPS from Danny. 36,000 versus 28,000 gold disparity, Jet. I mean, Vietnamese gangster needs a lot good defense. Talking about defense, it's gonna be a push. It's gonna be a penetration coming from the side for execution. Talking about penetration. Now they have the tier 3, the high ground tower is now exposed.
That's true. It will be quite a dangerous feat right now. That's why since the top high ground tower is now exposed, they need to do some Vietnamese gangsters need to actually do something on this one. They need to wait, or they need to actually look for space. It would be quite harder right here right now as we are looking at execution wanting to take that Tyrant for their side, and it would be quite dangerous if Vietnamese gangsters need to actually look for information right now. So they wanted to actually get some farm, but their jungles are empty right now, and execration's actually cleaning it up for themselves, and we are seeing Pay right now on the top lane. Meanwhile, at the middle lane, we are looking at Wrath just creating information, finding information right now, as we see that might be a Trevor smash over there, as it will be an unstoppable streak on the side of execution. Is currently getting that. It would be another elimination on Vietnamese gangster. It would be 5v3 situation going on right now. Make it 5v2 instead, and the high ground tower is now getting demolished, and so does the bottom high ground tower. Now Crystal all alone in the
so fast.
It would be very dangerous right now, as it would be
Wipe out.
and it will be a 1-0 lead courtesy of execution as they are taking game number 1.
Would you look at that? Now that execution have taken the game 1 against Vietnamese gangster, I mean, Jet, they move so fast. They just see like the final moments right here for Vietnamese gangster. I mean, they only needed like 10 seconds to push. Guys, this is what I'm talking about, Honor of Kings. You only need just one big opportunity so you can take things down. Have like 5 to 10 seconds with that damage. They're literally dominating. Well, guys, I mean, this is just the best of 3. So 1-0 from the side from execution. So I think what are thoughts in this game? I mean, they're really on it, bro. They're fired.
the thing here is we know that Execration Vietnamese Gangsters build is more of a sustained team fight, but the problem there is they didn't have too much damage dealing, and some of their heroes are quite easy to pick off. Although there would be there would be instances that they will be able to win team fights at the early onsets of the game, but they were getting into deep too much. Like, say for example, they tried to chase a Sun Tzu with that set sail activated because that Sun Tzu is just 10% HP. That led them getting into that jungle on the left side jungle of Execration, and the respawns were in Mitsura, and I think it would be Hyde Carl has respawned at that time, and they were able to actually catch up and reinforce, try protect Sun Tzu at the time, and they were able to actually eliminate some people of Vietnamese gangsters, and they were able to um take advantage of the free objectives that they have. So that means when team fights happen, when Execration wins team fights, they actually take advantage of the objectives that are around. They can actually clean up jungles, clean up objectives, thus making their goal disparity quite wide. It reached around 8 to 10k at some point before the end of the game. So we can see on how they can see how Vietnamese gangsters are playing, and I think the draft picks for Sun Tzu and that pay was working on their side as they are actually bagging game number one in this one side.
And as we can see, that Execration has now taken out Vietnamese Gangster in the game, still in the game one, guys. This is the best of three. So we have one more. Vietnamese Gangster has one more chance to make it to tie up the odds against Execration. Well, considering on how they can push, I mean, Vietnamese Gangster from the early stages of the game, they actually do a good job on how they can zone out Execration. But Execration just literally take those Azure Golems, the Crimson buffs, and the Overlord and the Tyrants, especially with the Enhanced. They're literally making it worth it now having the one thing that I've observed from the side from Execration, that they have the minute and 30 or 2 minute and 30 with the Tyrant buff. They're really pushing it well, so they can take down tier 1 towers as much as possible. So Shadow Vanguard is gonna be an easy space for them to take it out, so it won't reach their towers. Well, still, guys, because this is still the game best of 3, this is the game 1. Execration have secured the 1 against Vietnamese Gangster. We're still gonna be seeing more because, guys, you know, we're gonna be taking a short break because we're gonna be waiting on our players, and we're gonna be having some short break. Yeah, I mean, Jet.
Yeah.
Guys, my name is Al. This is your body caster, Jet. We're gonna be taking a short break because Battle for Supremacy, Honor of Kings, Reign Supreme is gonna be back for some more action.
Watch the highlights.
First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Has slain an enemy. Blue team 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 has slain an enemy. A tower. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team, double kill. Blue team. Blue team, kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Blue team, double kill. Blue team, godlike. Blue team, unstoppable. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team, double kill. Destroyed a tower. Blue team, killing spree. Blue team, killing spree. Blue team, legendary.
Man, would you look at that, everybody? My name is Hado. This is your bodycaster Jet. We're back. Some more action right here for the honor of King's Reign Supreme 5v5. Now that we concluded in our game one for Execration versus Vietnamese Gangster. I mean, Execration have been doing a great job, you know, as I can see in the gameplay, bro. I really see it, Jet. You know,
Yeah.
they are well established. Also for the
That's
side of
true.
Vietnamese Gangster. I mean, for Vietnamese Gangster, as we can see from the past few games, actually it's like the first time that I've been casting for Execration's match. You know, I've casted so many matches for Vietnamese Gangster, and talking about the gameplay, they actually been really doing a good job on split pushing, especially for the Dharma. As you can see, Dharma is not always present when it comes to team fights or team clashes, because their Dharma is actually focused on split pushing or putting some pressure in one of the lanes. Because you know, when it comes to pushing to the lanes, you're gonna be exposing your enemy's crystal. For Vietnamese Gangster, they've been doing a lot with Dharma, especially when it comes to a pincher move on mid. But what I think, Chat, I mean, it's gonna be the game two here versus Execution versus Vietnamese Gangster.
For me, they need for Vietnamese gangsters. I think they need to actually focus on who to ban as well. I think they need to go and respect bans as of the moment, but they also need to actually counter pick um the possible picks that Execration will gain after those respect bans. Say for example, if you're going to respect ban the Arlie, the Lianpo, and um the Maishu Runway, I think that's also I think that would be quite crucial for them to create create a particular team composition that they need to actually blend in the formula to win for them. So for Vietnamese Gangsters, they need to actually redo and think things through on this one, because this is a winner go home situation for them right now. And on the side of Execration, yes, there might be rooms for error, but I don't think they need that room for error right now, because they wanted to finish the series quite easy so that they can um set the mood, chill, and probably watch out on who will they be facing if they're going through to the semifinals on
Actually,
Saturday.
yeah, I actually agree with that, Jet, because now that having Execration with already won advantage lead against Vietnamese Gangster, I mean, it's gonna be a pressure right here for Vietnamese Gangster. Execrations, I mean, you guys can chill, but I mean, you already had the advantage, so you had the chance to take it down, so you can secure yourself for the semifinals. But you're still gonna be seeing, guys, because we are already moving on to our drafting phase. What do you expect on this pick of Execration versus Vietnamese Gangsters?
Oh, this is quite an interesting ban from Vietnamese Gangsters, as they banned 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 here. I think they needed to actually get away with the crowd control that 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 can do. And yes, I think if you can look at the pattern on how Vietnamese Gangsters are banning right now, they are banning the heroes that actually are susceptible to bring in more people for team fights. Let's say, for example, that 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐶 with that very nice crowd control, and it's invisibility as well. That's quite annoying for them. And that 𝐑𝐎𝐿 for the side of Vietnamese gangsters, yes, they could just pull in people to actually initiate team fight for the defensive on if they are on the defensive right now. Meanwhile, in execution, they are still on their more susceptible, their more notorious bans such as the Dun and the Dolia here. Now, when you take a look at how execution is actually constructing their roster right now, I see Lady Zen and the Arlie and the Hino right here. Very high damage output actually if they need to do that. I think that the damage output might be quite enough for execration. I think they're going to get more solid team fight initiations on the next set of picks. Meanwhile, in Vietnamese gangsters, they get a Mai Shiranui, they get a 𝐷, and they have a lane on their side. I think this lane will be in a clash lane, and this 𝐷 will be probably playing as a roamer at this time. So this will be quite interesting on how they play out here.
I actually agree with that because now Olay with the hack and stash now is gonna be investing on the execute spell. But for the side for execution, they have Carl here for the smite, as well as Danny with the frenzy. I mean, I think much of an objective clearing strategy is gonna be set here for the side for execution. For Vietnamese gangster, well, still flashes are present. We're still not gonna be seeing Subin or Windy Boy on what are they gonna be their picks or what are they gonna be the spells, because you know actually spells still matter here, guys. Because having for the spells, I mean, it's quite different for them to take it out. Well, my thoughts on this one, because having Carl, it might be a double situation right here for execration, how they can take two smites all together. Because for Vietnamese gangster, now we are seeing some Leon Pope picks coming from execration. This is what I'm talking about, Jan.
Okay, so I think it will be a Leon Pope roamer on this time. Probably a clash could be, but I think since Raph will be using this one, I think this will be a Leon Pope roamer, just like in game number 1. But we are seeing a Fang pick on the side of Vietnamese gangsters there. I think they're going to utilize this Fang as a jungler. And let's see how will this team be composed, since this will be a 𝐷𝐿. Would this 𝐷𝐿 be on their farm lane? If this Fang will go to jungle, since this Fang has this might, or would that? I think that would be a 𝐷𝐿 farm lane, and this is quite interesting on the side of Vietnamese gangsters. And since they actually banned Zhuang Zi and Zhang Fei. It's a Charlotte pick from Hyde, and I think Hyde will be playing in as their clash lane, and Carl will be a jungle Hyde, and this will be quite interesting as well, and how they will actually execute this one. This is an interesting set of roster that we have right now for the side of Vietnamese gangsters. And for execution, as we are looking at it right now, we are seeing a 𝐷𝐿 pick and a Fang in the jungle for the side of Vietnamese gangsters, and now we are also seeing a Hino jungle on the side of execution. So let's try to weigh down what you think on how they have constructed their picks as of the moment.
Well, as of the moment, Jet, if you're gonna be asking me a question on how they can dominate against execution, for me, they really need to put a lot of pressure. You know, they really need to put a lot of pressure, because having to consider putting a lot of pressure, I mean, it's gonna be a very difficult situation for execution. Well, having to push, especially taking some space on the jungle camps, especially for the ball lane or top lane, because we know for a fact that the mid lane or the clash lane is actually very dominating for the side of Vietnamese gangsters. So yeah, our error for mistakes, they still have the room, since we're going to be starting an hour match right here for the game 2.
Yes, that will be quite interesting right now as we are beginning our game number 2, execution once again against Vietnamese gangsters on this game number 2. This is a winner go home situation on the side of Vietnamese gangsters, as we are seeing Vietnamese gangsters right now in the blue team. Meanwhile, execution will be in the red team. Now they need to actually get an improvement right here, but my Shiranui was able to pick off Lady Jen at that one. Mitsura going down once again, being drawn, the first blood being drawn by Vietnamese gangsters. But let's see how will Execration respond to that and do this in another dominating fashion as well. So I think this would be quite an interesting game number 2 right now, Sailu, as we are seeing quite a very peaceful outcome right now. We might be seeing quite some of rotations quite early, but we'll see about that on how they are going to move right here right now.
I actually agree with it now. Vietnamese Gangster having like 300 gold disparity against the Execration. I mean, we're still gonna see, since this is the early stages, guys. I mean, will Vietnamese Gangsters show their resiliency against Execrations? Because yeah, Jet, I agree. How is Execrations gonna be responding to that? Because Vietnamese Gangster on the other side are actually very doing some aggression against Execration. Because Vietnamese Gangster, for a fact, look at that. Mitsur is already low. Doll is just taking for the 1v1 situation. It's gonna be 2v3 with Hyde going for the response.
And
Not much, but that was a pressure, Jet. That was a pressure,
Yes,
Jet.
that was a pressure. That is quite a pressure. I agree with that, Sailu. Meanwhile, I think they need to go back to their lanes right now and try to get some farm. Meanwhile, I think, speaking of pressure, I think that's what somebody in pressure right now as Lianpo getting in and getting eliminated by Arlie. Now Carl and Graf and Danny on the
Bad
side.
choice.
Execration might be doing another one here, but the Charlotte got eliminated right there off screen. But that is another exchange going into the side right here in the bottom lane, as they will be able to eliminate Weebulord on that exchange. Quite a pressure going on right here as Execration really getting in too deep in the bottom lane and the farm lane rather. Meanwhile, at the clash lane, it would be Vietnamese Gangsters' turn to actually demolish the top tier outer tower on the side of Execration. Now, will there be a demolish? Yes, it would be a tower down on the side of Execration, and I think it would be a jungle invasion going on right here as Lady Jen once more is going down, but the Fang will be exchanged in that point. As we can see right now, it would be a dangerous position. Quite a very difficult predicament right there from Hyde as he went down courtesy of that lane. Meanwhile, at the bottom lane, I think that would be quite an equal exchange there as the continuous pressure on the farm lanes on the side of Vietnamese Gangsters might quite be proven fatal right here, as we are going to look at that is a Tremor Smash that has been launched there by the Lianpo. But I think we can see that Carl might be quite safe right here as Weebulord just responds to that push that has been created by Execration right now. Quite an equal stand that's going on right now. Just a very minimal goal differential between these two teams. This is getting quite an even matchup right now, Sailu.
I mean, Jet, they really responded it. Execration just responded, and they are furious that they got the first blood from the South Vietnamese Gangster. Now, Execration is going to be taking down the Tyrant while it is enhanced. It's going to be going for the South Execration. Now, having like a minute and 30. Look at that. Vietnamese Gangster on the other side is going to be taking the Shadow Vanguard, but it's going to be here. Still, both side for the Vietnamese Gangster. Zoning outfit is going to be coming in. It's going to be a 4-man shockwave coming from the Vietnamese Gangster. Going to be a gank here for the South Execration, but every man goes out. It's going to be a delay. Now, the Vietnamese Gangster are no low on its HP. Now, the Vanguards are going to be attacking for the South. The Vietnamese Gangster are going to be the backlines. The output goes in. It's going to be Rampage coming from Danny. Another one will be going out with the boys on the front lines. Going back to the back lines. Now, taking on Mitsura is one on its toes. What an incredible play. Weebulord is now down. Shadow Vanguards are going to be stopped on their push. Tier 1 towers is down from the middle lane and the bot lane. Tier 1 towers down. Still strong and healthy for the South. Vietnamese Gas around for the Tier 1. But still, we can see Execration is really putting a lot of pressure. Talking about gold disparity, Jet. I mean, they have 3K already.
Wow, I just looked back and it became a 3 to 4K gold differential. That's what you see from Execration. That's what you get from getting a successful team fight. You have seen earlier as Raf gets in between the outer and the inner tower on the middle lane, on the side of Vietnamese gangsters, that zoned out most of the people and displaced their position right now. But we are seeing right now, we have an elimination that is high going down courtesy of Vietnamese gangsters. And I think Alain will be responding onto the bottom lane because they need it to right now, as pressure is continuing to pile up right now at the bottom lane. And we see there is a chase going on, but Haino was able to eliminate that Fang. Will there be continuation as that Alain is trying to hold on? Killing spree streak for him, but will he be in danger right now? And that would be a shutdown courtesy of Mitsura. Mitsura's revenge going on tour right now as Null might be running away, and that Haino trying to actually spear him and deal more damage on that as Raph really putting that initiation on point so that members from Vietnamese Gangsters would be having a very difficult time trying to pile on that damage onto the backlines, because that Lianpo is actually just getting onto their face and actually hindering the damage that will be taken that for the backlines of Execration. What a very tremendous play for Raph, and I would love to see more of this play for Execration. We are seeing right now that will be a challenge on the Crimson Golem, and I think that we continues to push as Lianpo right there was able to take down one, and courtesy for Charlotte for the second one, and that will be a third one for the side of Execration. They are continuing to pile up that pressure right now in the middle lane and also at the farm lane, and that would be quite a predicament right now for Vietnamese Gangsters. Silu, wow, what a series of team fights that is happening right now.
As much I can say, Jet, I mean, Execration is just going double for this. Talking about tremendous play, Vietnamese Gangster just tried to put on some pressure on the top lane, but still Execration has got it on double. Taking 2 tier 2 towers, and actually also tier 1 towers are now down. Only tier 3 towers are still available for the Cyber Vietnamese Gangster, but still, there's only one more. Tier 2 tower from the Cyber Vietnamese Gangster is still alive and healthy, but Execration is gonna be doing a 5-man shockwave. Will they be able to take it? Because Lianpo already in the front line. It's gonna be initiation. They're getting close. It's a knockback. Goes in. Lianpo will it be launched in the air, but never mind. Not goes in, but Alain's gonna be having a hard time. Would you look at that? Another kill here for the Cyber Execration. Wimbledon's now going down. Alain's now down. Still one, taking one for Execration. The 1-by-1 base still gonna be going in. Danny takes it in for the trade. It's gonna be triple here for the Danny. Danny will be able to get it one more, but Subin is still gonna be remaining strong against Execration.
Yes, that would be only Subin all alone right now in the higher ground for the side of Vietnamese Gangster. And I think Execration might be playing safe here, as they know they might be in too much because they're just waiting for the minion waves for them on their side. Meanwhile, we are going to see that Haino up there as Carl will be taking that Haino, I mean the Overlord all alone, and I think there would be a reinforcement right there as Danny just waiting for that Haino to actually deal more damage, and then they will be able to get that elimination simultaneously so that there won't be any primal bond that will actually affect there. Meanwhile, I think there might be in danger right now as the Trianpo was able to create the crowd control, but it would be quite a predicament right there, as it would be a rampage going onto the side, but getting that Lianpo in the process. It is still a 3v4 situation. Execration still continuing to dish in that damage to apply that pressure, and Carl might be playing in against Weebulord right here, that Motsa, and then it with Carl might be in danger right here. He dove into 3 people. He might be in danger, but no, it would be calling an ambulance, but not for Carl, as Carl will be making 3 people from Vietnamese Gangster run back to their safety zone right there, and it would be quite a very bloody mess if they won't.
Talking about bloody mess, Jet, I mean, Execration is really literally dominating in terms of gold disparity. They're taking a lot of spaces, especially for the objectives. Now having Execration's 6 towers advantage in 2 objectives, Overlord and Tyrant. Now they have it more enhanced. It's already in 10-minute mark, Jet. I mean, having 9,000 or 8,000. Actually, it's actually 12,000 disparity for gold. I mean, for Execration, they are already in their full builds, and just one more good push coming from Execration. They can take things down, but Vietnamese Gangster, I mean, we will see on how they can defend, because it only takes one clash on how to take the tables turn.
Yes, it would be really dangerous right now for Vietnamese gangsters to actually create a position right now to create a difference right now, since execution, as you have been looking right now, it would be a they were able to zone out members from Vietnamese gangsters from getting objectives. Even though their own jungle, they cannot get in and take a visit right here. As members from execution are continuing their farming into the jungle of Vietnamese gangsters, and that would mean quite a very difficult position right now for Vietnamese gangsters, as they don't want to make mistakes. And I think they're just waiting for the proper timing, as they're waiting for that Shadow Vanguard to arrive at the farm lane of the high ground farm lane of the Vietnamese gangsters. And I think that will be an initiation right now, as Artie was able to take down that bottom tier 3 tower, and it would be continuous dishing out damage as Motso will be going down, and that would mean a crucial crowd control for Lian Po at that moment.
Execution.
I think the crystal might be exposed here, and it would be a shutdown for Lady Jen. She will be going down right there. They might be in too deep right now for execution, but they will be able to eliminate one. But at what cost? Let's see if they will be able to continue this one. Dull might be in danger right here. And but the crystal also in danger. Dull, what will he be doing here? And that will be a team wipe for Vietnamese gangsters, and the crystal will be opened and say goodbye to your dreams, Vietnamese gangsters, as execution will be going further to the semifinals.
Wow. What an amazing wipeout camera from the execration. As I can see, Jet, they're really on point on this. They're really fired up against the Vietnamese gangsters. I mean, they are non-stop of those plays. As we can see, guys, execrations is just on the non-stop of those wipeouts, on those team flashes, on those push, on those pressures, on those objectives. They're really taking on the aggression. Maybe for a fact that we know the Vietnamese gangsters from the past few matches, they've been taking a lot of spaces, but they've met already their enemy in terms of spaces and objectives. This is execration. Gonna moving on to the series, and they're gonna be taking home that safety for the semifinals.
Yes, and that would mean quite a very peculiar pick, honestly, on the side of Vietnamese gangsters, as we are seeing. The Futsu pick didn't really work out that much, as that Futsu was actually prone to getting ganked or getting eliminated first on the early onsets of the game. We see people from execution rotating at the farm lane, thus creating pressure on that farm lane on the side of Vietnamese gangsters. That was quite a very difficult predicament, as we have seen here. Meanwhile, I think for execution, although they were in a 50-50 exchange on the early onsets of the game, as soon as execution was able to win team fights or take objectives, it starting to snowball onto their side, as they wanted to take advantage on their small victories, like say for example team fights, team fight escapes, as well as they were able to regroup and no losses that's happened for them. I think that is how execution has executed their team fight strategy. That is probably one of the keys on how they were able to secure a semi-final spot as of the moment. So once again, congratulations to execution. You are going right now to the semi-finals.
Wow. Execration with the execution. As we can see, Jet, they really proved themselves here that they can really advance themselves for the semifinals. Well, still, great job right here for the side of Vietnamese gangsters. There's gonna be still more tournaments coming up here in Battle for Supremacy. There's still more opportunities on the outside. So see you soon in the esports, more in the competitive scenes. Well, now that we concluded in our first match of the night, that is Execration versus Vietnamese Gangsters for you guys. Now, Execration have moved on to the semifinals. It's gonna be the next match here, Jet. And I believe the next match is gonna be lit, Jet. Well, who are gonna be the players or the team?
It will be Vietnamese gangsters, Vietnamese mafia rather,
Mafia.
against Nanobot. But before we go into our next match, we also would like to thank people right now that are behind this event. We would like to thank a lot of people right now, most especially Team Wallet, because with Team Wallet you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Algo, Solana, and more. Unlike other platforms where you need to download and sign up separately, to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, Team Wallet Bot makes it easier and more accessible for everyone by saving your time and effort through Supreme ETFs or Supreme Exchange Traded Funds in Team Wallet. You can now purchase Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click. And Team Wallet has integrated all these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient to its users. Search at Team Wallet Bot in Telegram to take advantage of this particular convenient tool. And of course, we'd like to thank also BFS TV Top Up, where you can get your own very right points, Garena shells, Fortnite V-Bucks, and Honor of Kings tokens. And it is now available right here, right now. So for all you players right here, try to act who wanted to actually load up and top up to just to pimp their skins and get all of these very beautiful benefits that you're going to play with the games that you're actually playing. Say, for example, Valorant, Garena, Call of Duty Mobile, Fortnite, and Honor of Kings. Right here, you can actually go to BFS TV Top Up to top up your account and get some fresh bling onto your account. So, Silu, we have more things that we actually discuss right now. And of course, one of those is a token, Supreme Team Draft, Fortnite V-Bucks, and Fortnite tournaments that will be held right here on BFS TV. So with those, Silu, give us some details about that.
Because talking about Supreme Team Draft, actually, Jet, because Supreme Team offers you to be drafted, to be you have the opportunity to be drafted within its ranks by dominating in events in Call of Duty and Fortnite. We still don't know if there's gonna be a Valorant for Supreme Team, so be better watch out right here for the Battle for Supremacy, because guys, this is all available to players worldwide. And talking about team tokens, because you can actually earn team tokens by referring players to join our tournaments, because these tokens can be converted to cash or used to join upcoming events in Battle for Supremacy. And talking about Fortnite again, did you know that you can use BNB, so you can purchase your Fortnite V-Bucks and receive the pin real time in Team Wallet Bot? And talking about Fortnite tournaments again, are you a Fortnite player that is itching to compete and wants to wreak havoc at the tournaments? Because we have it in the works just for you. So be sure to explore our island map in BFStv Red and Blue to keep yourselves updated. So join our Telegram channel in all BFStv Fortnite to learn more. And that is it, guys. We're gonna be moving on to our match 2 for this night. My name is Sal, this is your buddy Caster Jet. We're gonna be taking a short break because it's gonna be a heated battle again.
Yeah. Watch the highlights.
Red team has slain. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team killing has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Red team rampage. Rampage. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team, unstoppable team has slain an enemy. Blue team, killing spree. Shut down. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team triple team has slain an enemy. A tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team double. Red team godlike. Ace.
All right, welcome to Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme. My name is Jet. Together with me is Silo right here. And this is our match number 2, which will be contested between Nanobot and Vietnamese Mafia. Right now, we are going to see a Myanmar against Vietnam um, quarterfinals. And this is quite an interesting story right now. As we have seen earlier in the first game, Vietnamese gangsters got eliminated. And it is up to Vietnamese Mafia to actually hold on to represent Vietnam here. So does Nanobot, as they are representing Myanmar and the only Myanmar team that is left here in the quarterfinals. So this will be a battle for not just a battle for supremacy, but also a battle for survival for their country, just to fly their flag right here in our very interesting quarterfinal matchup, Silu. So we are going to proceed right now in our drafting phase. Silu, let's talk about how they're going to draft here.
Well, now actually, if you're gonna be talking on how they can draft now, considering the Vietnamese Mafia. Okay, it's a Vietnamese Mafia. So these two teams are the only teams that are gonna be competing from their country. They are the last team that are gonna be standing in their countries, man. I mean, it's one team will be taken out in one country. I mean, will Nanobot take it home? Will Vietnamese Mafia taking it home? Because for a fact that we know the Vietnamese Mafia, they're actually really good on how they can really take some spaces when it comes to team clashes. For Nanobots, actually, they have quite a good aggression when it comes to splitting lanes, pushing with taking some control. It comes to hard lanes, then objectives. I mean, it's still gonna be their part, but we're still gonna be seeing, guys. But still, this is Vietnamese Mafia going for the Dawn with the smite. I think Jet is shocked here.
It's alone for Vietnamese gangsters. It's just that hero just got released earlier. Now we're going to see it in play. That's why I'm excited right here. Woo. Rio will be playing long right now, so we will
Now,
see how this will
talking
play
about
out.
let's not talking about Elaine on the Nanobots. I think 𝐊𝐼 with the Elaine, it's gonna be still a hack and slash. Also from Yui from Nanobot, still a Liampo pick. It's gonna be team fight clash here from the side for Nanobots. But how are you gonna be taking objectives yet? Because for a fact that we know, in Honor of Kings, objectives is still a must. So considering Dawn on the other side with his might, Yui with the flash, a flashy play coming from Yui. I mean, we're gonna be expecting some flash plays here for the side for Nanobots.
So I think Yui here will be Yui or
Yui.
Yui. I don't know how it's Yui. Okay, Yui will be playing here as a roamer, and it would be quite interesting since it would be they would be able to support teams. They would be able to hold out their team. But on the side of Vietnamese Mafia rather, it would be Rum playing as a jungle. So I think they will be playing the jungle part here as a team fight initiator and not the team fight finisher. When Rum gets in, he will be the one to initiate team fights and make sure the trio or Don't Care will be able to take out that kill for the finish, so that there would be a goal advantage and farm for the side of Vietnamese Mafia. So we see there's a ban right now for a pay and a concert queue on the side of Vietnamese gangsters, because we see Nanobot doesn't have any clash lane or jungle. That's why they took out pay, and also a farm lane. That's why they took out the concert queue. Now it would be a Lubu pick as a clash lane for the side of Vietnamese Mafia. Yes, that would be a team fight initiator as well. So it would be quite interesting as we see a jungle and a clash lane, usually a team fight initiator, a team fight finisher. I think they want to be the ones that will be picking out fights, and when they will pick out fights, I think the clash lane would be very susceptible to actually teleport going down to the farm lane to actually help out. So thus with the jungle, oh, they shifted from a Lubu to a Charlotte, so this would be a finisher type. And I think the high damage output on the later stages of the game for that Charlotte would be quite a crucial pick. So I think that would be countered out by a Menki pick for the side of Nanobot, and I think that would mean a farm lane last pick. Would they settle in for the Renji, I think?
Well, regards for Nanobots, I mean, we have Sam with his smite again. It's gonna be a cute one right here. for the side. It's gonna be Pugu Pugu Big, but still for Dawn on the side. It's gonna be still Dawn with these smites. Rio against maybe the Clash is still gonna be a lane for the 𝐓𝐿. I mean for the Nakri at least. But we're in 2 games or 2 matches are already passed yet, and we are still not seeing a 𝐷𝐿𝐕 or 𝐷𝐿𝐕 with Marco Polo, because I mean Marco Polo, man, you can take just one swipe out of it.
Yes, that's true. A 𝐷𝐿𝐕 or a Sunbin with a Marco Polo would be quite dangerous. But on the early onsets of the game, it would be quite difficult for a Marco Polo to actually farm up.
Mhm.
You know, say Marco Polo is quite a squishy one. So I think they wanted to get away with that Marco Polo, although Marco Polo can actually deal a lot of damage on the later parts of the game. But on the early sides of the game, he will be the target. He will be
Mhm.
the ones getting ganked, making sure that the farm lane won't be able to get farms. And I think that would be proven as a disadvantage on the side if they will be going to pick up. Because, of course, you don't want to pick someone who has a target on their back, and it would mean it would be difficult for them to actually, um, make the Marco Polo get farmed a lot. So I think they wanted to go away with that. So we'll see about how they're going to execute their gameplays right now. And we are probably going to see more of that when we are going to start our map and our game number 1 for Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme. This is the match number 2. This is Jet and this is 𝐊𝐿𝐿 with you. This is Nanobot against Vietnamese Mafia. And this would
Yeah.
be the last flag standing between these two teams. 𝐊𝐿𝐿, let's begin.
Well, considering that Nanobots are gonna be starting here with a better early matches, it's gonna be Vietnam versus Myanmar. I mean, um, quite aggressive is gonna be coming here for the side for Nanobots. Still gonna be a 2v2 push. Early gang pushes, Jet. I mean, there's still not quite of an aggression, but still they're gonna be taking a lot of objectives and a lot of positions they can take on the hard lanes. But still, now having Nanobots actually taking one for the chicken going out or the boar. Now Wild Boars are gonna be going out. Still here, Vietnamese Mafia going for the Spirit Reaver. Goes to them, but not much of a commotion. So still, it's gonna be a 1-minute delay for them.
Yep, I think that'll be quite a bit of a delay for them, but Rio will be very happy right here with that long. Just getting that I think that's Fire Lizard, and I think that Nakari was able to steal that one from the clutches of Long, and it would be quite a sad fate for Rio. Meanwhile, let's see about the middle lane. There is still no commotion whatsoever that is going on right now, as we are seeing a rotation probably going on to the side of Vietnamese Mafia, as we are seeing ladies and wanting to help that Long so that they would be able to get some space for that Long to get some farms. And I think they needed that right now, and Diggory should be nice thing for Diggory to actually dig onto the side of the middle lane and make sure that Mai Shiranui will be having a hard time actually getting some farms. And I think that would be a team fight initiation right here at the bottom lane, as Nakari and Iwi rather, will be holding on to that. But there would be 3 people on the side of Vietnamese gangsters and Vietnamese Mafia rather, and I think they would like to initiate a team fight, or might be just wanting to secure that fire beak for their side. So I think this is still like quite a peaceful situation right here between these 2 teams.
I actually agree with that, because for Vietnamese Mafia, I mean, they're complete here on the bot lane. Still Yui, then other members with the Nanobots. It's gonna be a 4v2. It's gonna be a pincher move for them. So just one wrong clash, but off screen, we're gonna be seeing some zoning in phases from the side of Vietnamese Mafia. I think they're gonna be taking a lot of time now that they secured the Azure Golem. Still 200 disparity gold lead for the side for Nanobots, but still Vietnamese Mafia on the other side is going to be just going around the corner, try to zoning it in, because Nanobots, they're absolutely dominating. They're going to be devastating in the late game, because for a fact that we see Eliampo and then the lane with the combo together, man, as much as I can say, Jet, I want to see some very good mid-game clashes, because it's already 3 minutes in the game. We only have like 1 minute till the enhance over the entire spawned.
That's true, and I think Yes earlier was just snooping around the top jungle on the side of Vietnamese Mafia, trying to seek out if there would be some casualties that he could actually do a pick off on that. Meanwhile, we're trying to look right now at the middle lane as there would be quite a commotion and all three people right now in the middle lane, three members from each team trying to zone out each other just to make sure that their heavy hitters will get the farm and the quite quick itemization as Yoz might be in danger here, just trying to pick off and get some information right there as that done, just getting those wild boars cleaned up. Now we are going to go back right here in the middle lane as we are seeing Rum just wanting to get right there in the middle of the fray, but it will mean that there would be just a zoning out. It would be still a peaceful situation. I think it will end as soon as these tyrants have been contested, and we are going to look at it right here, right now.
Now for the zoning phase for the Vietnamese Mafia, it's gonna be a 200 gold disparity lead, but still the Overlord and the Tyrants is now in hands for the side for Vietnamese Mafia. They're gonna be the zoning phases here for the side for Nanobots, but still no aggression is gonna be coming from the Vietnamese Mafia. But still, now they're gonna be taunting it. Now Liang Po together with Diggory on the other side. It's gonna be 6k. Where is it gonna be going? Still goes for the Nanobot, but it's still, now that they have it in the bag, Nanobots have a minute and 30, a 2-minute 30 with a buff already against the Vietnamese Mafia, have like 500 gold disparity lead.
Yep, and I think that would be quite dangerous for the side. What a nice steal going in from Sam there as 4 people from Vietnamese Mafia. Just trying to get out with that Tyrant, but in exchange, that challenge would deem quite stylish for Sam. As Sam with that Mankey with those shields would be quite easy to steal with that smite online. So I probably no, not it's not a smite. I think it's a smite core already. So it would mean it's quite dangerous right now for the side of Vietnamese Mafia right now to actually look for it. Still no casualties in the 5th minute of this game. I think Vietnamese Mafia would actually now challenge the Overlord, and I think it would go down like a sack of potatoes for them, and there would be first blood. Wow, there would be
5
first
minutes.
blood courtesy of Nanobot. They will be able to eliminate Diggory in exchange, and they will be also taking out that outer tower at the farm lane. So I think the chaos will start soon.
Yeah, I actually believe that chaos will start soon, since now it's gonna be a 1-0. Nanobots will be taking the first blood. Not knowing much of an information from upside from Vietnamese Mafia. Well, they've been doing a good job in hacking. They get zoned out, but that's where Golden comes in. It's gonna be a 3v1. Sam is in big trouble because Diggory is on the back lines. Go for the front lines, but never mind. Wow,
Yeah.
a big, just a quick lash coming. Trying to.
And that's right. I think that was quite a mistake right there for Sam to actually like dive in with 4 people, but wasn't able to time when he will be able to actually get out of that wall on the side of the Azure Golem on the side of Vietnamese Mafia. Quite a steal though, but it didn't last long on his clutches because he got eliminated there, and the buffs will be transferring to the other side as Rum and Rio will be getting that Azure buff. Meanwhile, it is a commotion right here, right now in the middle lane, and it will be a double kill for Rio. He will be continuing to actually eliminate.
no.
What a nice crowd control on his side as 2
The battle
people
lines.
from the side of Nanobot will be down and out for the count, and they will be continuing. Meanwhile, 𝐿 will be cleaning that house and pick off some for himself. That was quite a rescue there, but I think it might be a little too late because he might be able to pick off some more. Or I think it would be the time was just right for him to actually go right there and actually pick off some, because there are people that are in repeat.
I actually agree with that. Now having Nanobots on their side, they're almost on the gold disparity lead. I mean, they're just fighting for those objectives, man. But still, for the side for Nanobots, they always have the advantage for the tower. It's gonna be 1v1 situation right here for Theo and the lane. It's gonna be hack and slash, but still Diggory on the backlines. Going for that, gets a shot down, and Rio goes out. It's head back to the lobby. One more coming from the Dun. It's gonna be Diggory for the 2v2 situation. Launch it in the air. Not much of an amazing expectation. It's gonna be a 4-man gang coming from the side for the Nanobots. KK1, 300 gold disparity lead. I mean, the itemization is gonna be on point here. They're gonna be pushing those tier 1 towers. And would you look at that? Nanobots with it, well traded off with the towers.
Although there are tower trades that are going on, we can see that it's still a quite a close game here. As we can see, it is probably just an 800 gold lead on the side of Nanobot, but there could be a way for Vietnamese Mafia to actually get back on this game. Meanwhile, I think there's still commotion going on as Xiaoyan will be exchanging with Sam over there in the middle lane. Meanwhile, Yanpo Ivy rather will be diving in the middle of the tier 2 tower just to make sure that people from Vietnamese Mafia won't be able to actually defend on that. Meanwhile, I think
Jungle.
there might be a commotion right here in the jungle. There will be rumble in the jungle right now as that Charlotte will be diving out, wanting to get that Mai Shiranui, and
It's gonna be Xiaoyan.
he almost got that, but
Still.
to no avail. Everyone is still
Berlin.
alive. Meanwhile, and Engar would be actually trying to get some pieces for him, but to no avail. 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 was there to actually zone him out and put him out of position, and Vietnamese Mafia members will be actually scurrying out home and regroup and lick their wounds.
Talking about scurrying out of the phase, Jad. I mean, Nanobots right here. They've been doing a good job on how they can sustain and phase together with Vietnamese Mafia with scaling items. Actually, now have like 5-3, still 27, so 2,000 gold disparity lead. Still, we're still gonna be seeing some quite of an advantage for Vietnamese Mafia on how they can turn team fight tactics, because the tactics that they can use, because it's gonna be maybe picking it out, but still 𝐑𝐎𝐿 is doing a good job in how they can zone it out actually. So it's gonna be a delay for Nanobots to take one at least, but for Vietnamese Mafia they can really go it together. So I have a feeling that Vietnamese Mafia, they only just need one big opportunity so they can take the turbos around.
That's true. They really need to find that exact opportunity or that exact timing. It might be right now as we are seeing, but I think Vietnamese Mafia would actually just get back and play defense right here, right now, because I think, there's a contest going on the side of NANOBOT, and they really wanted to take that Tyrant right now, as Nakari and Sam will be getting that for their side, and they needed to pressure right now the middle lane, because the middle lane is being pressured right now by 4 members of Vietnamese Mafia, and I think it would be a transition going on to the farm lane as we are seeing Sam trying to push that and might be giving some space right now in the middle lane. But to no avail, there won't be anyone. We see Engar right here trying to pick up that Xiaoyan. Will be in danger right there, as very nice pick off going into the side of NANOBOT, taking one out on the side of Vietnamese Mafia. They're going to continue right here, apply the pressure right here in the middle lane as they wanted to break that tier 1 middle outer tower on the side of Vietnamese Mafia. Now they were able to successfully do it, and it will be continuously the tower demolition right there as we see Engar destroying that tier 2 top tower. So I think it would be still a very nice positioning, although there are no casualties that happened in the past few minutes or so. There were objectives that are crumbling down slowly courtesy of NANOBOT, and I think that would be the play of the game on the onset of this particular game. So we'll be continuing right here as we are giving this match up right back to Silo.
Because Nanobot's actually having now like 4,000 of gold disparity lead, still 4 or 3 towers advantage for the side for Nanobots. Vietnamese Mafia is gonna be having a hard time to defend these, because for a fact that we know, look at this, Nanobots all across the minimap, they've really been doing a good job on how they can take spaces and control it, because Nanobots is just absolutely crazy on how they can take it, because now the Clashless Liampo is just waiting on the back lines. And Sam is just gonna be pushing in the lane, just gonna be defending the freeze lane from the bot lane. So the minions can actually push to the tier 2 tower. Just a matter of minutes, they're gonna be taking it with the push. Now Shadow Vanguard's gonna be going in. Now the Vanguards going for the 3 split push on the lanes. Just one more, just one Clash Jet. I mean, they can literally take things out here for the side for Vietnamese Mafia. But us, for Nanobots, look at this. Vietnamese Mafia, they're all together. They are not splitting apart too much. They're not going far behind from each other. Because for a fact that we know Elaine's just gonna be doing a late clash. Now 𝐑𝐎𝐿 goes in for the clash. Gonna be a 2v1 situation. Goes in for the back lines. But the front line's gonna be going in. The Liampo is now... Oh, a double kill coming from Nakari. Nanobots is gonna be taking 2 and 1 more from the side for Vietnamese Mafia.
Yes, we are seeing it right now, and it will still be a continuous pressure right now as they are demolishing that bottom high ground tower, and it is still a continuous clash right here as Menki will be
The
taking
crystal
that
is
Lucian out. It will be
exposed.
4 people down on the side of Vietnamese Mafia, and
Red
Nanobot will
team
be
has
actually
slain
doing
an
it right now.
enemy.
They're just waiting for that Vanguard,
Oh,
and yes, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes to Nanobot. It is still a very surprising team right here. We're in the Vietnamese Mafia is going down. And yes, that was quite a move right there on the side of Nanobot. And Nanobot is doing a very fantastic job on actually picking the right objective, picking the right moment, and continuously pushing it on their side. So we see the first the last team fight that we saw is that on the high ground tower, almost on nearby the high ground tower, and they were able to actually get 3 people, and then they're just waiting for that vanguard to actually reach so that the tower protection will be down. And then they will be continuing to actually demolish even just in a single side because they know they are at a numbers advantage and they will be using that to be able to get this game number 1. So congratulations to Nanobot.
well, big congratulations to Nanobots for securing themselves with the first point against the Vietnamese Mafia. Because, they already have it here. Vietnamese Mafia are going to be having a hard time on how they can take, like, one more against nanobots because the Myanmar team are really doing it. They're not having too much of pressure coming from the Vietnamese Mafia, but still, this is the best of 3, guys. It's only the game 1, so we're still gonna be seeing more right here for the side for Vietnamese Mafia because for nanobots, it's actually gonna be a difficult time here for the side for nanobots because nanobots, yeah, talking about split pushing the spaces on the jungle camps, they've really been doing it. They've zoning it really well. Vietnamese mafia is just having a hard time to take, especially the objective. So my thoughts on this game, Jet. I mean,
Yes.
I really hope that Vietnamese mafia can turn things around against nanobots. But will nanobots secure the win and take it home for the semifinals? This we're gonna see you guys because my name is Salo. This is your bodycaster Jet. We're gonna be back for some more action in Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme. We're gonna be taking a short break.
Watch the highlights.
Red team has Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain.
Hey, would you look at that? We are back for some more action right here for the Honor of Kings 5v5 Reign Supreme. My name is Alodis, your bodycaster Jet. Now that we concluded with our best of three with the first match going for the Nanobots. But how will Vietnamese Mafia get the chance to show its resiliency against Nanobots?
That would be quite crucial for Vietnamese Mafia to actually show their resiliency, because they need to actually look for something that will sustain them on the onsets of their team fights. Say, for example, a very good tank, but to be able for them to get their resiliency, it should be paired up with someone as their roamer who could actually sustain as well. Sustain team fights, get heals, get shields. Like say, for example, Zhang which is banned earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But for Vietnamese Mafia, it's more of how they execute their game plans. I think they have been studied a lot on how they were playing their teams, and I think there was one time that either Vietnamese Mafia or Vietnamese Gangsters got a loss on their series, and I think that was the one that was exploited right now by the other teams on how to face these two powerhouse teams. Wherein right now we have seen Vietnamese Gangsters saying goodbye to our tournament, and right now Vietnamese Mafia on the brink as well. So I think this would be quite crucial for the Vietnamese teams. And for the Vietnamese teams like Vietnamese Mafia right now, they need to work things out as we are proceeding right now to our draft phase of our game number 2. There is no time left, and let us see how the bands are going to show up.
Well, for me, since Nanobots actually won their first game against the Vietnamese Mafia, I'm still gonna be expecting some resiliency coming from the side for Vietnamese Mafia. You know, having like Dolia picks, I mean, it's not gonna be quite inevitable for them, but still, it's gonna be a good matter of a chance on their pickings because, you know, Jet, for me, now the Vietnamese Mafia is going a lot of pressure under Nanobots because Nanobots has like a very good aggression, you know. Because actually, from the side for Nanobots, actually one of the best aggressions that I see in the Honor of Kings because they've really been doing a good job, you know, taking down the Azure Golems for the side of against Vietnamese Mafia. Now they're taking the Azure Golems, they're gonna be retreating, okay? They're gonna be straying away, they're gonna be retreating, they're gonna be going around the corner again for the zoning phases, trying to secure the objectives and the lanes at least, because from the past few matches, I think that's the Dharma from Vietnamese Mafia. You know, it's gonna be split push situation, but still we're gonna see because Nanobots they have a Dun, which is Sam, with the Smite, and look, Vietnamese Mafia they have a Marco Polo on their side already within a lane.
Well, I think it would be one more so that your request will be granted right here, and that would be Lian Po. But no, I think Nanobot will deny your request, Silu, as the Lian Po will be banned. He won't be together with that Elaine and that Marco Polo. With that, meanwhile, there's still a Hu1 in the side of Vietnamese Gangsters and a Sun Bin on the side of Nanobot. Let's see how much the move speeds go on here. I think they really want to go on pick offs for the side of for the side of Nanobots right now, and they would really love to actually utilize this. They would have a Lady Zen and a Dun and a Sunbin, which is quite potent when it comes to roaming and initiating team fights. You know how much it's like a Lianpo somehow in terms of tankiness and team fight initiation. The work here of the Dun. And now, yes, okay, you're seeing a Dharma here, and I think these are Silas picks for the night. So I think Silas Bingo right here would be crashing out as we have seen a Lane, we have seen a Marco Polo, we have seen a Dharma. Let's see how Nanobots will execute this one. And meanwhile, there's a Makaruru on the side of Vietnamese Mafia.
But Rum is gonna be going for the Smite again, but look at that. With the degree the character that he has actually reminds me of Benton, the Emerald guy, you know? I don't know if you're familiar with Benton. The Emerald guy, you know, you transform. But still, yeah. I mean, for Marco Polo, you know, I think that is that a Purify Jet, if I'm not mistaken, from Marco Polo.
Yes, it's a Purify for Marco Polo. And meanwhile, it's a long once more, but right now on the side of Nanobot. Now let's see how they're going to utilize the Nanobot. Will we be seeing a long lesson here from Nanobot, or will Vietnam, or will that long will be proven to be a cursed hero on this particular tournament? Now we are going to provide right now the action as Jet and Silo will be here right now on game number 2 of Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme. This is a win or go home situation for Vietnamese Mafia as they are facing off for nanobots, wherein the nanobot is now one win away for a semi-final slot. And here we go.
That's actually quite true. Here we go in deep yet because for Vietnamese Mafia, now that they have a Marco Polo with the Purify, I think they really do have a chance on how they're gonna be taking a retake on those clashes because for a fact we know Marco Polo has an insane high damage output. Still, an aggression comes in for the Vietnamese Mafia. We have HP, not much of an aggression, but still, Vietnamese Mafia showing its resiliency.
That's
Wow.
true. I really need that resilience for their side, and we are looking at the poignant melodies that is going to deploy here by Don't Care and Don't Care right now. Just switching on that mournful tempo and helping out with that buffs, and we're seeing Rio might be in danger right here as he has around 40% HP left. And I think Sam will be getting out here unless he will be get caught by Rom, and Rom will be surrounded by 3 people from Vietnamese Mafia, but there are people from Nanobot who will actually rescue him and be reinforced. Might be a team fight that is going on right here. There are still damages that are going on, and first blood will be dealt by Rom, taking out Sam in the process and make it 2 on the side of Vietnamese Mafia as Diggory will be taking out Ivy in that sense. It might be Edgar, might be in danger here. And I think it would be good enough on the side of Vietnamese Mafia as they have drawn the first blood in this tournament.
I actually agree with it now having why we having look Vietnamese Mafia really showing its resiliency with 1k gold disparity against the nanobots. I mean, for Rio, doing a good job to sustain and scale against the nanobots, but still, it's still the early stage of the game. Tyrant's gonna be up with the Shadow Overlord, with what 1 minute, 2 minutes left at least. They're gonna be taking some lizards, some kind of objectives. Not much, but don't care. Will not care about that. But still, well, my thoughts on this, Jad, because you know they're doing a quick poke of aggressions, but I think it's gonna be set here for Nanobot. As we see on the minimap, we have Yaz, then why we just going for the set. It's gonna be Diggory on his low HP, not much, but the aggression comes in again. It's gonna be Don't Care, not caring at all. It's gonna be in the midline. Going for the front lines, but never mind. Marco Polo dealing a lot of damage. It's gonna be a retreat here for the Cyber Nanobots.
And yes, we have seen Unending Sorrow just deployed there by Don't Care, but I think just no one just died there. I think Don't Care was just taking that damage right now, and he will be needing that heal going into his side. And meanwhile, we're looking at people from Nanobot trying to pressure right now the middle lane because they know most of the people right now from Vietnamese Mafia are into the jungle trying to rotate right now in the bottom lane. And I think it would be a jungle trip for both sides as they wanted to settle onto their respective jungle so that they will be able to get more farms and get their items timely. So let's see what's going to happen here, and it is still a continuous situation here, wherein both teams are just zoning out, and I think Yoz might be in trouble here, but he will be safe and sound with
Could be
that
having
unending sorrow.
Saved.
And Yoz might be dying here. No, he will be
Yes.
safe and sound. Thank you for the rescue there. Thank you, Towers, and I will be going home. Ta-ta. Toodles, and I am safe. So I think that would be quite dangerous right there for Nanobot. They need to regroup, but we see Vietnamese Mafia getting some life here as we see that it is a 1k gold lead on their side. So I think the blood or the chaos might be starting here as we see both of the Tyrant and the Overlord is being spawned. So would there be a trouble? That I think there is a trouble right now, as Ra might be in danger, as he will be eating a lot of damage coming in from that Dharma, and Anger will be throwing out blood on this one. Might be a continuous one. A second one might be drawn here. As Xiaoyan might be in danger right here, and it will still be continuous damage, as it would be a double kill for Dharma, and it will be continuous comeback here for the side of Nanobot. Sailu, what is going on?
Well, talking about what's going on, JVC, from the side of Vietnamese Mafia, they really taking a good care from a lane and going for the aggression again. But for Nanobots, with a nice response, the ambulance comes in. I agree, the emergency. You know, now they're taking out 3 at once. Would you look at that? Nanobots has now the advantage for the Tyrant. And then actually, like in a minute and 30 for the buffs, you know, but still Ellen and Anger, they're gonna be trying to push it out. It's gonna be aggression, the commotion. It's gonna be an immune, but hack and slash again from Xiaoyan. Not much of damage gonna be endured, but look at that high damage effort from Ryu with their Marco Polo.
Yeah, the Marco Polo actually dishing out damage, as Seals might be in danger right here, but nope. I think they just wanted to recover themselves and be able to actually dish out damage, and we'll see. Don't Care really wanted to zone out people from Nanobot, and Nanobot really wanted to create pressure here, but pressure to 𝐬𝐅 as well, as 𝐷𝐿GRI wanted to go into real depth on that, as he will be quite in danger, as the towers will be able to actually dish damage to him. But I think it's still a safe play, as the Overlord is being contested right now by Vietnamese Mafia, as Rom will be scurrying out, as he has seen Anger going on his way. I think it will be a disengage right there, but the damage or the team fights will be continuing on this side, as we see Lady Zen just waiting for some people on the side of Nanobots to actually help her out, zone out people on the side of Vietnamese Mafia.
Red team has slain an enemy.
Well, actually here for the Vietnamese Mafia, now that he got taken the Ryu out, the Marco Polo is now out of the lobby. Rum's gonna be having a hard time since low HP. They're gonna be taking their sword going for the side of Vietnamese Mafia. Nanobots is here with the advantage. They have a triple situation on the flash lane. Not much gets untargetable. Don't care, gonna be enduring a lot of damage. Really a wipe out here since the gun's gonna be going. And Anger, Dharma on the back line is gonna be going for the barrage punches. 𝐷𝐿GRI with 1v4, still a lane goes in for the front lines. Will it be an aggression? But no, it's gonna be a delay for them since they have taken it one, but Yos is gonna getting one. But still, will the Elaine still survive on this one? Because Anger from the back lines again, the Dharma is still doing the barrage of punches. Yeah, I mean, this non-stop of team clashes from the side for Nanobots, they're really not stopping. I mean, the tomatoes and ketchup of the potatoes in this Vietnamese Mafia, I mean, it's gonna be hell for them.
That's true, it's quite hell for them right now. Silo, as Rio was forced to actually rotate right down to the middle lane, but the zoning of Nanobot is quite potent right now, as they were able to actually put down the tier 1 middle tower. Meanwhile, we are going right here in your screens at the bottom, at the farm lane, as 𝐷𝐿GRI was able to catch up 2 from that stun, but well, they're quite too far there, and I think he's just used that to actually zone out people to actually prevent even further damage. Speaking of damage, Anger taking damage, but not that much coming in from that Marco Polo ult, but he will be okay, I guess, and there is still a continuation going on to the side of Nanobot right now, trying to invade the jungle, going in particular team fight, but it would be dangerous, I think, as we see a lot of people right here fight in a predicament, and we are getting a double kill from Anger. Meanwhile, I think it is a continuous pressure right now in the middle lane, as they are going back there, create a pressure, plant their position, assert their dominance, making sure that Vietnamese Mafia won't be able to breathe. And Sam, as usual, with that done, getting in between the 2 towers, and Yoz and other people from Nanobot right now really want to just to shoo away those people from Vietnamese Mafia and get that second tower in the middle lane of Vietnamese Mafia. This is quite a peculiar situation right now on the side of Vietnamese Mafia.
I actually agree with that, Jet. Now having Nanobots, this is what I'm actually talking about before the drafting phase. That Nanobots are actually doing a good job at how they can take the spaces against the Vietnamese Mafia. Look at this, Vietnamese Mafia getting pokes from the Dharma and the Dun, actually from the backlines, going in between the towers. It's gonna be knocked in. Look at this. 𝐿 comes in with a flash. Goes it in with a double again. It's going to be a godlike for him. Another double kill coming from the 𝐿 with the flash and the ulti. But one more barrage of punches. It's going to be a triple kill coming from the 𝐿. Vietnamese Mafia. How will they stand a chance against NANOBOT right now since they have taken it out? Another barrage of punches going to be defeated right here for the side for Rum. Another one. Don't care. Will he not care? Or will he be carrying? It's gonna be a barrage of punches, but still gonna be 𝐓𝐿 taking one more. A double kill coming from 𝐓𝐿, and look at that. NANOBOT are gonna be securing themselves in the semi-finals. Vietnamese Mafia, the Vietnamese team is now out of the lobby. Jet, this is crazy.
Yes, that was crazy indeed. I need to regroup my breath and be like take a breather once more, just to actually ingest how in the living daylights happened. We saw that Dharma anger really getting in between with that zoning pickoffs. I mean, when you look at how NANOBOT was playing, they wanted to pressure the tower, making sure that Vietnamese Mafia will be forced to actually defend. Meanwhile, while they're actually pushing and inflicting damage on the towers, what happens is that they might be going into deep as they wanted to actually dish out damage. Meanwhile, 𝐿, on the other hand, will dive in between the two towers and look for the ones with the least health so that he could get the pickoffs. That happened in the last two team fights, and that gave the win on the side of NANOBOT. So congratulations once more to NANOBOT. Perfectly executed team fights, and wow, that was a quick of a game. I mean, I just looked back, and after I spoke, I think I will never speak again on the side. And yes, I lost my breath there. And yeah, going back and looking at how team fight matters on the side of Vietnamese Gangster, that was quite a balance. And we seen on the early onsets of the game, the Vietnamese Gangsters were able to actually get some team fights, get some kills. They were able to draw first blood earlier. But when that Dharma went online and he was ready to actually rotate Chaos and Shoot, and we knew that Dharma will just dish out a lot of punches there with his enlightenment mantra and his truth mantra, just really dishing out those barrage of punches, making sure that everyone from the other side gets eliminated. This is what I'm telling you. When you look at the team composition of Vietnamese Mafia, they're not that much tanky. There's no tanky boy heroes here. So I think that was one of the things that NANOBOT took advantage of. So I think that was the reason why.
Actually, right here for the side for Vietnamese Mafia. Well, still big congratulations here for the side for NANOBOTs. You know, my thoughts on Vietnamese Mafia is actually they really did stand a chance against NANOBOTs because you know they can actually scale. They can scale against NANOBOTs, but still, I mean, the Dharma from NANOBOTs is just really on point in taking out the vicinities because you know, especially for the Don, as we see from the from that match is Don is gonna be going for in between the towers, so the NANOBOTs couldn't push the tier 2 tower. That's how you map control. Now you have taking the map, you've taken the tier 2 towers. Is gonna be going over and over again for the side for NANOBOTs. But yeah, still big congratulations here for NANOBOTs for securing yourselves your spot in the semifinals and Vietnamese teams, Vietnamese Mafia and Vietnamese Gang. I hope to see you more here for the BattleForSupremacy. There's still gonna be more tournaments and opportunities out there. So I'll see you soon with your together, Bodycaster Jet. And now that we've concluded in our two matches for tonight in BattleForSupremacy, Reign Supreme 5v5 Honor of Kings, where we're gonna be taking a short break because the next match is gonna be lit, chat. It's gonna be LF Adoption versus Blacklist International. Would you look at that? Another star team is gonna be playing right here for the BattleForSupremacy. But yeah, guys, we're gonna be taking a short break because my name is Ali, your Bodycaster Jet. We're gonna be taking a short break.
Hey.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. defeated. Red team has slain. Red team has slain. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killed. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Red team go. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team triple kill. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has destroyed a tower. Red team has
yes, we're halfway there, and welcome back to Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. This is Zed with me, Silu here, and we are going to game number 3. Match number 3, which will be contested between two Filipino powerhouses right now. LFA looking for adoption, looking for sponsors, looking for anyone, looking for assault. LFA against the more prominent Blacklist International. So this will be quite an interesting pick-off, as in we know two Filipino all-star teams right now. And with this, Ailu, what do you think will be happening in our game number 3?
Well, in our game number 3, right, or the match number 3 for tonight in Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme, still, Blacklist here, they're a well-established org. They've competed numerous times in other games. They've been champions, staying at home for the Southeast Asia. Not much of an information from LF Adoption, but still, will LF Adoption stand up against Blacklist International? You have to take some guts right over here to go against Blacklist International, but still, will Blacklist International take it home or the LF Adoption? Because, yeah, for this one, my thoughts on what's gonna be the matchup, Jet, because considering the Blacklist International is actually here with an established strategy from the past few games that I've casted for Blacklist International already for the Honor of Kings. They've been really doing a good job. You know, they know how to take spaces like Execration a while ago. Well, it might be fascinating if we're gonna be seeing some semifinals or some finals of Execration or Blacklist, but we're still gonna see because, yeah, that's Blacklist International for you guys. Elf Adoption, we all know for a fact that the games that I've casted actually for Elf Adoption way back, they've been doing a good job. But for that, we're still gonna see, guys, because we're gonna be moving on to our drafting phase right now, Jet. Since Elf Adoption versus Blacklist International, they're gonna be doing a pretty good time here.
And now we have seen two of the more notorious picks right here being banned, being hammered by the ban hammer, and 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐿 will be the one that is coming from LFA. They don't want to see 𝐑𝐎𝐿 on the side of Blacklist. Meanwhile, Blacklist doesn't want an Arlie to be seen right here on our hero score show. No, get away here. So we'll see who's the next one. And it will be a Mai Shiranui. And I think there's a pattern going on here on the ban picks from LFA, and they are looking for anyone, and they are looking to ban people who actually wanted to initiate positioning. So I think the position matters here. They want people to actually control the position. They don't want any heroes that knows how to outmaneuver them, and that is one of the reasons why they are taking away that Mai Shiranui and that 𝐑𝐎𝐿 on the side. Meanwhile, on Blacklist International, they're removing as well a Dolia here. What do you think about this one?
Considering or thinking about the Blacklist International side, having a Dolia on their side, it's novel for them. From an information that you gather from the Blacklist International, I know for a fact that Black Air, Jushi, or Chami, Golden Kite, or Chaz, they're actually players from Wildcraft. To look at that, and not they're star team players for the Blacklist International. They're actually competing again right here for the Honor picks. Considering their bans and their picks, well, now having is this Sunbeam, if I'm not mistaken? Sunbeam? Jet.
Sunfei.
Sunfei. Oh.
It's Sunfei, and then meanwhile on Blacklist we have a Haino pick and also a Long pick. So this is quite interesting because we are in for a surprise here. How will Golden Kite use a Long here, and how potent a Haino pick here? I think he got away with that because 4 women were banned here. Meanwhile, on the other side, on LFA, Yato will be using that Lady Jen, and then Comhawk will be using that Elaine as the clash lane. It would be interesting on how they will use the farm lane, and farm lane jungle is missing for LFA. Meanwhile, on the other side, we'll be waiting for Blacklist International to actually pick one from their side. And I hope this will be quite interesting. Another Blondie guy, and it will be a Byron for either. I think it will be a Clash Lane Byron on side of Blacklist. Now let's look at who they are going to hit the ban hammer once more.
Now hitting the ban hammer once more for Golden Kite. I'm not seeing some familiar picks probably here, but Black Chami, we have seen some few matches or some past the games that I cast from that was do a pretty good job on how they get the spaces and zoning for the button systems when it comes to jungle camps. But still, I mean, for Blacklist, we all for a fact know that they do a great job on how they can take the zoning of, especially the objectives. You know, like 4 minutes in the Overlord in Tyrant is gonna be enhanced in like 10 minutes, but for 4 minutes, they're gonna be like taking one, then gonna be zoning it out again. Now having the Tyrant buffs, it's gonna be in a minute 30 or 2 minute 30 for them to push actually inside tier 1 towers. You know, tier 1 towers is actually one of the best towers. You can really space it out because it keeps you very, very far away from the person. Having tier 1 tower down, your jungle is mostly exposed to the opposing.
That's true, and when you take a look at that, tier 1 towers or the outer towers are quite important, and it should be protected at the early onsets of the game. Because when you look at when the tier 1 tower would be demolished or would be going down, it would mean more space for your opponents to actually roam around and look for a pick off. They would be safer to pick off because you know your defenses are down, your towers, your turrets are down, you don't know what to do anymore. But meanwhile, when we look at this right now, oh, it's an Athena ban if I'm not mistaken on the side of LFA, also being joined with a pay ban. Meanwhile, on the side of Blacklist, they're going to ban a Lady Sun and a Dun. And then Sun and Dun, and then let's see what will LFA pick here. I think Blacklist will be picking either right now could be a mid laner or could be a clash laner. Let's see. Oh, the Motsa. This is quite tricky. They want Blacklist right now has a very tricky situation wherein they could actually shuffle the teams, the members on their roster. Because you know, Hino can play on the clash lane, Byron can play in the mid. Byron can play in the jungle, and I think that Motsa will be playing also and can be also played in the mid lane and as a roamer. Now we'll see a Yu1 from Osas here on the side of LFA, and JC will be picking up at Dilenji on this one. Let's see what will be the last pick that will be done, and I think they will settle in with a Kaiser pick on the side of LFA. Meanwhile, let's see what Jushi will be using on Blacklist, and I think this will be a jungle since I think there is no smite that is happening here. Speaking of smites, it is a double smite strat that will be applied here or will be deployed here by LFA, and let's see how this will work against Blacklist International. And yes, I think that Princess Frost will be in mid, Hino will be in Clash lane, and jungle Hino, and then the Byron will be in Clash lane, and Motsa will be in the roamer position for Blacklist. So it would be quite an interesting pick on how Blacklist International actually shuffles their heroes on the roster. They tend to pick more on the flexible one side also. Let's see what's going to happen here.
Well, talking about what's gonna be happening, Jet, because I actually see the pick from the side for LF adoption, because we're gonna be witnessing some double smite here in this game. Because you know, guys, objectives are very on point in this game, especially this Honor of Kings. So many, there's so many, so fast things are gonna be happening here on the side for LF adoption. But still, Blacklist still recovered because Blacklist International has only one smite, which is Hino with the jungle. So it's gonna be a roaming phase here for Blacklist International. But still, how will we see that Blacklist is gonna be taking some aggression against our opposing team, which is LF adoption?
Yeah, that will be quite interesting, Sailu, as we are seeing here on how the ganks will happen. We'll see a more aggressive jungle invasion on the side right now of LFA, but we'll see if Blacklist International will be able to actually respond to that. But Golden Kite will be going down for the first blood, courtesy of Jace. That was quite too deep and quite careless on the side of Blacklist International, as Aaron might be going down as well, but Flash will be used and that wall will be protecting him. Not Chaz though, and Chaz will be going down for the count, and also that Princess Frost will be going down as well, as 3 people going down on the side of Blacklist International right now.
Wow, would you look at that now? From the side for LF adoption, they're really doing a good job in how they're gonna be taking spaces against Blacklist International. But how will Blacklist International recover from that, Jet? Because now having won like what 900 gold disparity lead. Would you look at this? Black Chami and Jushi going for the gang against Osa. It's gonna be Aaron again from the back lines. Will be able to get, but no, it's gonna be a delay for them. So not much of an aggression coming out from the side for LF adoption, but still, Blacklist International is now in range. Now having like three people at once, heading down the very early clashes of the game.
Yep, when you take a look at that right now, they really wanted to get more of the farm, but Vietnamese Mafia really asserting their dominance using that double smite strat into their advantage as they are more prone to actually invading jungles because they should infiltrate the enemy jungles right here so that they could actually steal more resources onto their side. And we are going to see probably a transition here going from the top, from the middle to the bottom lane on the on side of Vietnam, rather, Blacklist International right here. And there is a frozen status here. Who got frozen? It was Osas on the side of LFA. Now LFA really wanted to get into that team fight, trying to eliminate people from Vietnam Blacklist International. But that long golden kite will be getting one. It will be a 1-for-1 exchange that is going here right now. Would there be another casualty going down? And that would be a dunk on the side of LFA
my
as
days.
Skunk will be taking Aaron down. It will be a continuous 2-4, but it is still a 2-for-1 situation here. Blacklist International was able to actually get some on this one as Chaz will might be diving down on this one. He wants to pick off that Zhangfei, but he won't be able to because that Zhangfei is quite into deep on that second tier tower.
Talking about casualties, Jet, I mean Blacklist here is really in range of the jungle clashes. They're gonna be taking some advantage of those points. Again here, Chami takes it and dunks it in with an advantage again. It's gonna be a 9.4k here for the side for Blacklist International against Alpha Dodge. Would you look at that? Straight V2 push. It's gonna be commotion coming in for the Blacklist. Takes one, it gets eliminated, it gets down, and sneezes, and one more coming from the Golden Kite. And that is Blacklist International for you, Jet.
Yes, that is quite Blacklist International for us. And we are seeing right now it is going on Blacklist International's favor slowly as they are trying to gain in a 1.6 gold lead and a 1 kill lead on their side. So meanwhile, I think LFA needs to do something right here right now as they want to be careful more on initiating and picking off team fights as we see Overlord and Tyrant is spawned right now. What will they do if they might be able to clash in? But we are seeing members right now of Blacklist International zoning in into that Tyrant. They really wanted to go to the Tyrant, but Calmhawk will be going onto the farm lane just to actually help out. Meanwhile, Jushi will be actually in crowd control immunity here, but quite in danger right now. That Hino was able to get back, and that will be secure on the Tyrant courtesy of Blacklist International. Now, it would still be a continuous clashing right here. That would be a continuous zoning out as they would want any pick-offs here so that they can continue here. Unbridled outburst or unbridled outburst right there going into the side of Zhangfei, but that would be a demolish right there going into the side of LFA. LFA will still be continuing here, and I think that the zoning out phase will still be continuing. But that JC will be eliminated right there at the bottom lane, and it will be continuous as Chaz might be in too deep right here to then continue here, and that will be an elimination once more on the side of Blacklist International, but that will be a 2-for-1 exchange courtesy of LFA, but in an advantage going in. No, not anymore as 3 people are down onto the side, 4 people down rather. That's a double kill coming from Aaron, and that would mean a clear demolish onto the bottom tier tower of LFA, and Blacklist is doing it right now.
Would you look at that? Another amazing push by the Blacklist International right here for the side for the bottom lane. Now that they've taken 4 people out at once, it's gonna be a 5-9. Still, 5k gold disparity lead for the Blacklist International. I mean, they got knocked over on the very early stages of the game, but they remain unstoppable. Blacklist International right here is just remaining good on its sides. Cham is just gonna be zoning out, trying to gain some information. Gets the bird. Okay, the quack quack quackity clack goes in. Now they have it again for the advantage. Still, three towers are down, 1 Tyrant. from the side for Blacklist International. A quick recap on the clash from the ball lane. Actually, they did quite good because having Dino or Juicy on the other side going for the zone on how gonna be taking it far for LFA, so they won't reach the Tyrant. Now having it and Juicy, they did a good job to secure that Tyrant. Now they have the Shadow Overlord. Now the 6 minutes in the game still continues. Tash is gonna be coming in chat from the back line. South from going for the front line. It's gonna be here frozen again, but it's gonna be a killing spree right here for the Cyber Blacklist International. Takes one more, and that is Yapo for you with a double kill. Blacklist International down in sneeze with 2 people, but still standing strong for the 3 since the Overlord and the Vanguards are not gonna be attacking on all those lanes. I mean, Jet, this Flash is gonna be a loss for Blacklist International, but how will they gonna be regaining up again since the Shadow Vanguard is gonna be on for the lanes to split push and apply pressure on those 3 lanes?
When you take a look at that, you usually use the Shadow Vanguard or the Overlord Vanguard in this manner right now to actually create pressure on the lanes, to actually push and make sure that most people from your opponents will be going into that side wherein the most pressure is being applied. But on the side of Blacklist International right now, they are 2 people down, but their Overlords are already up. So I think it would be better so for them to actually just use that over those Vanguards as a way for them to regroup, and let's see where this goes as we see Jushi getting in the middle of the fray right now, really wanting to get some kills, and Jushi with the title, even though going right now in the middle of the tower. But I think it would be quite dangerous right now if they are going into the Blacklist International. Needs to actually be careful when they are going to pick on team fights. Just need to see what the objective is at hand right now, and they are going to demolish that bottom tier 2 tower, also probably creating pressure here on the middle tower. But meanwhile, Calmhawk just being calm right there at the top of the map, just destroying objectives and probably regrouping later on for that particular team fight if there would be in danger. But that Lady Jen will be going down, Yata will be going down, and I think that would be as well the case of Osas as he will be going down by the hands of Aaron. It will be also the case for Kung, and he will be going down courtesy of Jushi over there. But and make it 4-person down on the side of LFA as Blacklist International just waiting for that for that creep minion wave rather to actually demolish that mid tier 3 upper ground tower, and we will see that Alain all alone right now. Now he will be accompanied by Yato. Now it would be a super minion wave right now going into the side of Blacklist International. I think they wanted to get some objectives or probably get that Tyrant before that 9:30 mark, because it will be enhanced in a few seconds and they will be eliminating that in a few seconds. They can actually maximize that buff, Blacklist International per se. Oh, I think we will be continuing right now as I think there's still something going on right now with Silas. I think you're muted right now. Just check your...
Oh yeah,
yeah, there
I'm
you go.
sorry, bro.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, everybody. My bad. That was my fault, everybody. I'm back right here. But yeah, since now Blacklist International is now trembling its ground, blowing out, setting out fears for LFA, they having a hard time to defend because now having the Blacklist with a Tyrant buff together to push. Now the Crystal is going to be exposed, but Trish is going to be going again. Cammy going in the front line, but the guys still on the other side. Going in, trying to endure some damage. Going to be one here from the side, but holding tight, taking the tier 2 tower down, helping off screen, but still, Yuki going for a lot of damage right there. Goes in out again, he's back, but still strong and healthy for the side of Blacklist International. LF adaptation now down to 4v5 situation. But how are you going to be taking things around since they have taken the tier 3 towers? They have ongoing right here. Look at this. They've taken 2 towers at once. Now LFA or LF adoption is going to be breezy. They're going to be having so many times they're going to be taking the round off here in these towers. Now Blacklist International has the advantage for the time. The enhanced Tyrant on their hands. Push, and it's final push. Will it be the final push? But still, is it gonna be still here for LF adoption? But still, it's gonna be a clash. Oh, It's a kill death coming from Osas from the LFA. Another clash coming from LF Adoption. They're gonna be taking the turn. The tables have turned around here for the side for Blacklist International, but still are gonna be taking it because one more. It's gonna be shot down right here for DC. Taking one, we're gonna killing spree for Juicy. It's gonna be 2v1 situation for the clash lane. Elaine is gonna be going back, try to defend, try to reposition, try to relocate. Wow. Amazing clashes are coming from Elf Adoption. They have taken it. They have taken the Tyrant buff still with a bad loss of like 3 people that was or 2. But still Blacklist on the other side, Black Aaron, Blacklist, Golden Kite, and Chami are now down on its knees. They have they're not gonna be having a chance to take it over LF Adoption. Destroy the crystal in just a matter of minutes, but still, they're gonna be taking it again, Chad.
Yeah, as we can see, they need to actually not make mistakes as for the side of Blacklist International if they want to win this game. Meanwhile, in LFA, they just really wanted to take advantage on every mistake that Blacklist. They might be in too deep right now, and that would mean there should be any improvement on their team fight initiation and team fight disengagement. Now, we're seeing Osas might be in danger right here as Joshi and Chami and Jushi and Chami and Golden Kite is actually hitting on him. Would he be going down? It is still a continuous clash that's going here. Oh, but I think Jushi needs to go back right now because his knife is now his never left. And that would mean Direnji will be going down as that would be a crucial crowd control on the side of Blacklist International. But 3 people are down on the side of LFA. Make it 4 and only 1 person left right now on the side of LFA Asiato living in to tell the tale. But there will be 2 people, Golden Kite and Jushi, with that minion, super minion wave, will be actually creating pressure. They wanted to break that crystal or eliminate Yato on this one. So I think Jushi will be the one who will distract Yato. Meanwhile, the other side, Golden Kite will be actually getting that Yato right now, and they will be breaking the crystal open, and that would mean game number 1 for Blacklist International.
Would you look at that? Big congratulations right here for the side for Blacklist International. They have taken the win over in the best of 3. Just 1 win. Okay, it's 1-0. Blacklist have secured themselves with 1-0 against LF Adoption. Considering that they have the 1 advantage lead right now, they have the pressure ongoing right here for the side for LF Adoption. Well, my thoughts on this, Jet, Blacklist a while ago, they have taken towers. Well, they're trying to push, they're trying to take some advantage. Now they're going to be taking 1 more for the objective. So it's going to be a hard time for LF Adoption to recover from that. But how they responded, they were going to take the Tyrant with an amazing clash coming from LF Adoption. But still, because Dallas is just going on the question, going together, not having too much of a separating clash. Because for a fact, we know Hino on the other side trying to do some damage, trying to enter some damage.
Yep, that's true. And we are going right now to observe how, yeah, that was quite a very good observation from Silu. And Silu, in addition to that, we are looking at how they are actually playing out, and we see Blacklist International, although they were given back by LFA earlier. I think that this will be a quite an interesting matchup, wherein it is still a back and forth exchange, but eventually Blacklist was able to secure more objectives on the later parts of the game, and they were able to get the Tyrant. Although there was a kill steal on the side of LFA getting that last Tyrant before we end the game. But in terms of team fights, Blacklist is already there. They were able to actually get their itemization right. They were able to actually get their objectives on time. That's why when you look at it actually goes in Blacklist's favor when it comes to team fights and when it comes to every objective. So I think we are going to see more of them right now, Sailu, as we are going to proceed to game number 2. But before that, this is Jet, this is Sailu. We will be taking quite a bit of a break right now because these game number 2 will be coming in after a short while. So stay tuned.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain Red team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain team. Killing spree. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has... Red team has slain an enemy. Reclaim the crucial kill. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team rampage. Team rampage. Ace.
One more win for Blacklist International to actually go through the semifinals. Meanwhile, LF Adoption wanting to stretch this to game number 3 to get their semifinal berth continuing. So, this is still Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1 with me, Jet, and together with me, Silu. So, Silu, what have we transpired earlier in game number 1?
Well, actually, talking about our players a while ago, they actually doing a good job on how to get their spaces and zoning for the objectives. But still, Blacklist International wasn't too much focused in the early phases of the game because they were busy too much on taking spaces on the jungle camps and actually split pushing on those turrets and tier 1 towers and tier 2 towers. The way that I'm seeing Blacklist play is they're going to be taking advantage now. They're going to be taking the tier 1 towers down, then actually going back to the objective where the jungle camps, the Azure columns, the Crimson buffs. We're still going to see, guys, because that is the game 1. But will LF Adaption show its resiliency? How are they going to be taking the win back against Blacklist International? Because we're going to be starting our drafting phase right now, Jet. What are your expectations in the next drafting phase here for Blacklist International versus LF Adoption?
Yes, LF Adoption needs to LF Adaption right now. So they need to adapt to the situation that is on hand right now and use the game number 1 to actually learn from how Blacklist International use their gameplay and how to counter it. So speaking of that, the Haino Dolia combination has been taken out of this context right now, courtesy of Blacklist International. Meanwhile, LFA will be taking out the Dapkyao in the process. So I think it will be quite an even course here, as most of the notorious picks from the current meta right now has been removed. Now they also removed the Motsu. I think it was one of the more annoying people on game number 1. I think they respectfully banned this one because they don't want a lot of crowd control and various crowd controls that will happen on the onset of the game fight, because they won't be able to actually execute their skills. Now, on the onset, going into the side of Blacklist International, they are picking up a Mashiranui on LFA as well. They will be getting an Arlian late and a Lady Zen. So I think this will be quite the usual, and I think it's more of the proper execution between these two teams on how they will be able to actually pick the right heroes and the right team fights that they needed to be able for them to get ahead on the others.
I actually agree with it. Now having a Black Juicy again. Oh, now the Blacklist have shown that they're gonna be having some smites, as well as Osas from LF Adoption, the done again with a smite in GC with a frenzy. Man, I mean, one of the things that I'm quite fascinated on how I can determine the position and or the zoning phases, how they can do. I think LF Adoption is right here on now, maybe going for the aggression, you know? Because Blacklist, taking so much spaces, taking so much of those jungle camps. I think LF Adoption might have a collision when it comes of those objectives, because for a fact that we know done is quite devastating when it comes to launch area with the crowd controls. But still, we're still gonna see. Still Blacklist here, still managed strong.
I think when we look at the bans right now going to both sides, we're waiting for LFA to actually ban their last ban, and they banned a Zhang Fei since Blacklist needs a roamer right now. I think in behalf of that they would pick a Lianpo. Now we can see that the roamers of Zhang Fei and Guiguzi has been banned currently on LFA, and Yarya will be removed as well from Blacklist, and also a Mai Ying. So this will be quite an interesting way right now, as LFA would be picking up a clash lane right now, and let's see what they would be in store. I think did that be an a lane probably? I think that would be a Lianpo roamer if I'm not mistaken, and then Lady Zen mid. I think they would be getting a clash lane on the side of LFA right now. Meanwhile, let's wait for the 2 picks from Blacklist International.
Well, for them, for the picks of Blacklist International, since they have Juicy, maybe go into the lane, but still Dharma. Chami one goes again for the Dharma. You know, for the past few games that I got for Blacklist International, I think one of the best Dharma plays is coming from Chami. You know, from Blacklist Chami, because going on before for the backlines, like going again in between the towers for the backlines, like the match a while ago against Vietnamese, I think that was Vietnamese Mafia or Vietnamese Gangster. I think that was having Dharma on their side might be a good play. Since considering LFA team competition right now, we're gonna be seeing Flame, we're gonna be seeing Yampo. It's gonna be quite a refreshing for LFA adoption. For Dharma with Blacklist, I might they have the chance to take things over, to take those stables around because Dharma is quite good when it comes to split pushing, going for the backlines.
That's true.
Makes sense. Mm-hmm.
That's true, Silo. That's true, and that's quite a pickup when we have seen right now a Ming pick going into the side of Blacklist International. Let's see how the Ming will work here on Blacklist International and how they were going to apply their team fight. And a lady's son as well has been picked by Blacklist International. Meanwhile, let me remember what happened right earlier on as LFA was able to pick their heroes. They got their Dianpo right there. They also got their Elaine. So it would be a crucial game number 2 right now. Only here on Battle for Supremacy, Reign Supreme. It will be Blacklist International against LF Adoption. Both Filipino teams, but who will be the last Filipino team that will be going further to the semifinals and join the others as of the moment? We see Chaz and Golden Kite just in the middle lane right now, trying to get their farms online. And we see Kong. He will be seeing with Osas right now, as Osas will be getting that Wild Boars on his side. And this will be just a very peaceful, unless Jace will die, but I think he will be safe right now. And Aaron will be diving in to that first blood, and he will be safe and sound. Still have a sliver of life remaining, getting that solo kill on JC1 in that. So this is going to start for Blacklist International as they are going to get a 900 gold lead, and it will still continuously going up as we see there's a switch between the middle lane and the farm lane, wherein we see that Mai Shiranui right there in the farm lane just getting that solo kill on that earlier. So I think, Sailu, what do you think it's going to happen next right here?
Well, for this one, now that they have taken Blacklist International with one gold advantage lead, like a 600 gold lead against LF Adoption, look at this. They're all together right here for the Clash lane, together with the aggression play, but Aaron is just standing still, going again for the for freezing that lane, you know, because we know here, Black Chaz and Golden Gang, you're gonna be having some trouble right over here because that is 4 people from LFA Adoption. But how are you gonna be taking turns around since Blacklist? Would you look at that? Launch of the air gets one, getting another two. Barrage of punches is gonna be coming in. Chaz takes. And we're not gonna be ending our live, everybody, because we're still right here in the very early stages of the game. Sorry about that. It's gonna be a mess coming for production, but it's okay, Gamma. But yeah, since that we have it right now, it's gonna be a 2-0 lead from the Blacklist International. It's gonna be gets one. Leonpo just goes out. This gonna be poking in and out of that situation. Now having like what Blacklist International taking one, where will they be able to take the Leonpo? Look at that, it's gonna be here from the front line. It's gonna be Leonpo having a hard time. Their reinforcements gonna be coming in, which is Yapo going it again, but never mind. Give me a delay here. Well, quick recap about that, Jet. They did vote for the Azure Golem against the LF Adoption. Blacklist takes one. Now they've gone out. They had already the advantage. So they're going to be playing time because it's 1 minute till the Tyrant and the Overlord to get spawned.
That's true, Sailu. And when you take a look at that, there is quite a problem going on to the side of LF Adoption, and they need to actually adapt right now with the situation that has been dishing out courtesy of Blacklist International. They have been actually rotating here, there, and almost around wherein they would be able to zone out people, and we see JC1 would love to dive in to try to take out Chaz, but to no avail. He will be safe, and there are people right now at the brush on the side of LF Adoption. They really wanted to get one person or get a pick off right here from Blacklist International, but I think that would be a safe and sound secure system right now as they will scurry out. But I think in the middle lane right now, it would be a quite a launch of a barrage of skills that is going to happen right now as we see that wind blade coming in from the side, coming from Osas, just wanting to actually get some zoning and that pick off. And now we are going to wait for that chaos that is going to ensue right now, Sailu, as the Tyrants and the Overlords will be spawned right now.
Now having the ballistic spawn and there's gonna be Tyrant take over from the side of the Blacklist International. They have one. It's gonna be commotion here. It's gonna go, and the Liambo is gonna be failing those sets. It's gonna be a hard time for LF adoption. They're gonna be going out since not much of an investment of those skills are gonna be happening against Blacklist International. Now they're taking the Tyrant out. LF Adoption have failed to do their job and their task to take one more for the side for Blacklist International. But never mind, it's gonna be delayed for them since it's gonna be 3K or 4K lead against Blacklist International.
Yes, and we see Blacklist International slowly creeping away from that gold discrepancy. And yes, the gold gap is getting wider and wider, and JC1's life is getting smaller and smaller, and he's going down courtesy of Lady's son. And Golden Kite will get that kill benefit with that. And while that is quite a nice pick of going in to the side of Blacklist International, and they would be doing probably another one here as they wanted to fish out that Lady Jen. Meanwhile, at top, 𝐷𝐎𝐿 will be just quite calm here as he would love to transition going in, as the Dharma rather, Chami would be going in with the fray as the jungle invasion that's going on right now on the side of LFA, as Osas will be zoned out by Jushi. Jushi needs to actually scurry out here because there are a lot of people right now on the side of LFA, and they need to regroup and try to pressure the other lanes.
Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue
And
team
I
has
think there is an
destroyed a
elimination right here
tower.
as Silo might be muted right now. And there you have it. He is back probably. And there is quite an invasion going on right here in the jungle as Blacklist International is continuously pressuring the farm lane of LF Adoption, and that will be a Charmer Strike going in, and that was a nice crowd control, but in exchange his life will be down for the count. Now there will be able to get an elimination there on the side of LFA as they will get a double kill, and that will be continuously going in as 3 people are down on the side of Blacklist International, but 2 people are down as well of LFA. Would they be able to get back here? Let's see what's going to happen here, Silo.
Well, having the situation right here, sorry, I'm back from the dead right now, being alive and well. Now Blacklist International has the advantage again with 3 kills against LF Adoption. Still they have 3K gold disparity lead, but have like 2 towers in 1 Tyrant for their side for Blacklist International. Now, LF Adoption is going to be having a hard time for that push. It's going to be one of them on how they can push against Blacklist because, you know, they have the pressure ongoing with the 1-0 lead against Blacklist International and for the towers at least. I mean, the top lane, the tier 1 tower from the top lane and the bot lane tier 1 tower is also down. We can, this is what I said a while ago. While you're having your tier 1 towers down, look at this. Now, the Blacklist, they're just gonna be waiting a final good moment on how they can take down GC on that. Since they're gonna be having some information, the Dharma takes a barrage of punches, gonna be enduring it. It's gonna be 3v1, but it's gonna be delayed since the members, others from like Golden Kaz, Golden are out for a reason. They're gonna be zoning it and maybe a pincher move since the Don and the Leampo is still together. Look at this.
Blue
They
team
have it
has
all
destroyed
together,
a tower.
taking some information. Now Juicy has the chance to take down the tier 2 tower in top lane.
Now that is quite a dominating performance going in right now as we see Chaz might be into deep right now, so Tremor Strike will be eliminating him courtesy of JC1 right there. That was quite into deep on the side of Blacklist International as LF Adoption will be taking advantage into that. Aaron just poking around Osas, but Osas will be taking that damage without any scratches. Let's go right here, and they wanted probably, and there would be an elimination right there. JC1 into deep as Chami will be getting one for the team, and I think they really wanted to get that Overlord though earlier on, but I think they wanted to zone out people from LFA first before getting to that Overlord, or they would like to take a team fight first and wait for the Tyrant. Meanwhile, there is a challenge on the Tyrant right now as Chami and Golden Kite will be getting that Tyrant uncontested, and that would be a free Tyrant buff on the side of Blacklist International as they continue to pressure on and march on either on the top jungle right here. And yes, there's another Overlord on the side of them as Jushi will be getting that, and both buffs going into the side of Blacklist International as they are pushing through right now in the middle lane, creating pressure and making LFA gather around in a certain spot, probably be setting up for a trap here.
Now having like 5K gold disparity lead against LFA Adoption, I mean, it's gonna be a commotion with a 1v2 situation for the Osas, but Black Champ is gonna be having a hard time. It's gonna be a 1v4v3 situation. Liampo goes in, but Liampo, look at that. Chammy just going in again with the back punches, but never mind. Chaz is gonna be having a hard time since the lanes here.
Blue
Back and
team
back
has
everywhere.
slain an
Gonna be
enemy.
zoning it out, but still. Golden Kite remains unstoppable when having two people from Blacklist International exposing a pistol from Elf Adoption. It is a misdirection strategy coming from Blacklist, as we can see right over there, since the Shadow Vanguard is going to be coming in, taking down the tier 2 towers. Strong and healthy for Elf Adoption. The mid tier 1 tower is still here, still sounding strong, but still, it's going to be down for another reason. It's going to be minutes here. I mean, just one more clash here for Blacklist International or LF Adoption. They might have to take Turbo's turn, but still, talking about tomatoes and potatoes, they might cook it. Let them cook, chat.
Yes, that's true, Silu. Let's take a look at this one as Blacklist International right now, just inside the jungle of LF Adoption. And LF Adoption really wanted to initiate a team fight here, as Shami will be exchanging blows with that, and that May will be able to take one. And now Blacklist International will be taking three right now, and they will be creating a push as the Vanguards have arrived on the bottom tier tower, as Yato and JC1 has no choice but to let that go. Now, continuing right now onto the middle lane, they are just waiting for that Vanguard on the other side, or probably another minion wave on the side of Blacklist International to create even more pressure here. But they might be waiting for a resu spot for the three of the people from LFA to actually respawn. I think Blacklist International would actually just get those objectives, get those golems, and probably get that Overlord that is quite shiny right there in the map.
Dark Tyrant has been defeated.
10 minutes is actually in right here for the side for Blacklist International. Now they have the enhanced Overlord. Since 8 towers are down here for the side for LF Adoption, still Blacklist. Not much motion on how they can be zoning out the Overlord. Now enhanced, 11 minutes are in, but still, when you look at that, Liampo goes in, another one who's out of the air. It's gonna be Blacklist. The Garage comes in for the Narva. Goes out again, 4v2 situation from them on how they can pick it, because LF Adoption has the Overlord. But still, the Liampo goes down, the tank goes down, not much of a settler is going to be present for the start for LF Adoption, but they're going to be trembling the ground because Juicy is on it. Juicy takes down, but Aaron goes in again. That's a double kill. Will it be here for the final moments right here for LF Adoption? Still, Blacklist International just waiting for the minion wave, but JC and the other rides just goes for the rampage. But you look at that, this is Blacklist International wiping out Adoption, and they're taking it home, and they're gonna be securing themselves into the semifinals.
Yes, that was quite an astounding performance going in from Blacklist International, not letting Elf Adoption breathe into their own jungles and continuously applying that pressure. Wherein their goal lead is quite getting bigger and bigger, and the kills are getting more and more, and we see quite a very nice setup going there, as we see a very good performance going into the side of Blacklist International. Meanwhile, for LFA, yes, that was quite that's quite a performance as well, wherein they could actually get back from Blacklist International. But although there are differences in skill levels, you have still reached the quarterfinals, and yes, that is quite a good job for LFA, as they will be going out of the tournament. So once again, congratulations to Blacklist International for securing their semi-final spot, and now it would be the time for us to know who will be going with them on the semi-final round.
And would you look at that now? Big congratulations for Blacklist International for securing yourselves into semifinals, but still big congratulations again for our players, which is the LF Adoption. Well, as much as I can say, Jet, Blacklist International has been really taking up so much of those spaces, especially for LF Adoption. They're gonna be having a hard time for those Azure Golems, as we see taking the tier 1 towers. That's what I'm talking about, Jet. Once they're taking out the tier 1 towers, they're gonna be taking objectives, they're gonna be zoning and now taking like the tyrants. It's gonna be a misdirection since somebody's gonna be pushing in for the top lane. Now taking like what, tier 1 tower and the tier 2 tower, and that's gonna be the crystal exposed. It's gonna be misdirection strategy coming from Blacklist. That's how you play MOBA. That is Blacklist for you, but still, still a big congratulations right here for the side for LF Adoption, because you have to also stand up against Blacklist International. There are gonna be more tournaments here for Battle for Supremacy. There are gonna be more opportunities out there. So we're gonna be seeing you somewhere. We hope to see you here back here for the Battle for Supremacy. So Jet, do you have any final things to say? Because the match for is already preparing for this night. It's gonna
Oh
be
yes.
GMT you know.
Yes, that would be quite an interesting matchup right here. GMT Aris against Mahadewa Esports, both Indonesian teams. Let's see who's going to go home, and let's see which Indonesian team will go further on the semifinals. But before that, Sailu, we need to get out for a short break, just a very brisk break, right here on Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
First blood. Blue team has slain. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Cannons moving out. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Blue team rampage.
What's up, everybody? We are back for some more action right here for the Battle for Supremacy 5v5 Honor of Kings. My name is Salo, this is your bodycaster Jet. Now we're gonna be concluding on our 3 matches for tonight because this is gonna be the final match tonight. And what are the teams that are gonna be competing right here, Jet?
That would be that would be GMT Aris against Mahadewa Esports. Both teams from Indonesia. Both teams very good when it comes to playing this game. Of course, that's why they're here in the quarterfinals. And of course, we will see who will be the last Indonesian team standing. As one of them will be going forward and one of them will be going down. This will be quite an interesting situation right here, knowing that it would be tight when it comes, and it would be a Indo versus Indo matchup. And of course, knowing the capabilities of an Indo team right here in Honor of Kings, I think one of the strong teams in SEA would be the would be the Indonesian. So, um, knowing the Indonesian teams, I think this will be quite a show, and this will be entertaining.
I can actually, see that, Jet, because for a fact that we know that we see from Mahadeva Esports against GMTRs. For the past few matches that I've seen, the GMTRs, both of these teams are actually quite aggressive. You know, when it comes to team fights, they're not gonna be stopping, bro. It's the other way around. It's either one goes home or one goes down. That's just it. Okay, that's where we're gonna be expecting a heated battle right here for Mahadeva Esports versus GMTRs.
Yep, it will be quite heated as of the moment, as both teams are actually preparing for the drafting phase. Well, when you look at it right now, it would be intense. And I think more of our Indonesian audiences right now would be having a difficult time whether or not they would support Mahadiwa Esports or GMT Aris. Just comment in the comment section right now who you wanted to support and who you're rooting for to actually proceed to the semifinals to represent your country better right here in Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. And guess we are going right now to our drafting phase. One of the most interesting things in this game, as we see such bans that we would be looking at it right now, as GMT Aris will be starting off with the bans.
Now having actually the familiar names from GMTRs, then Mahadeva, look at that. It's Fatal Boy, 𝐒𝐍𝐿. We're gonna be having a hard time to pronounce 𝐒𝐍𝐿's name again. 𝐒𝐍𝐿. Is it 𝐒𝐍𝐿?
Actually, yeah.
𝐒𝐍𝐿. It's gonna be NX, Fatal Boy, Mons, then Mellow. Like
Mellow,
that's
mellow,
Mellow. But for it's gonna be GMTR. They're gonna be having their first band together. Ooh.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, on Mahadeva Esports, we have 𝐒𝐍𝐃, we have 𝐊𝐈𝐍𝐿, we have Rage, we have Oniken, and 𝐓𝐿𝐻𝐿. And 𝐓𝐿𝐻𝐿 will be finding 𝐓𝐿𝐻𝐿 to actually ban some other heroes right here, right now. And it would be the very contested Maestro runway. Either you pick it or you ban it, your pick. So let's see what will GMT Aris get on their first pick. I think the first pick will be theirs, and that will be an 𝐷, which will be countered with a Lady Jen on the side of Mahadeva Esports. Let's see what heroes will be up for picking right now. I think Lady Jen would be a pre-pick, but I think that there's still 10 seconds to change right here, as a done will be secured by Mahadeva Esports right now. Now, will they continue to go through with that Lady Jen? I think they will go for Princess Frost instead.
I actually agree with that. But now having like Rick or Dunn, I mean, Dunn is going for the smite actually. Now having some leeway with the flash. I mean, they're still gonna be present with flash, but for the art, it's 𝐷, like right? That I'm not mistaken from.
Yes, that's 𝐷.
𝐷. It's gonna be 𝐷 with the frenzy again. Having frenzy, something. With a smile. It's gonna be a roam here, Chad.
Yes.
What are your thoughts, Chad? What are your thoughts on this one? Because I've seen so many matches with 𝐷𝐿𝐻 together, maybe against Dunn. It might pretty hefty clashes that we're seeing. It's gonna be a trade-off. But how are gonna be the turntables? Is it gonna be still the objectives, or is it gonna be the team composition?
It's clear that the objectives will be at stake here, because Mellow will be using that something with a smite. So yes, it would be a roamer with a smite. They wanted the objectives as early as possible, and then they're gonna go initiate team fights. And then when they go get initiate team fights, they get the other objectives, and then wait for the others to wait for their opponents to respawn, initiate team fights, clear jungles, and then try to increase pressure as time goes on. They wanted that continuous flow, and I think that would be the game plan of GMT Ares on this one, as Lady Zen and Direnji was banned on their team. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Pei and a Kaiser as well will be out for this game. So let's see what's going on here right now, and we are going to wait for the other picks of these other teams. What do you think will be the other picks? I think the red team or Mahadewa right now will be picking.
Well, not much of a marksman pick we're gonna see, because you know we already saw Marco Polo play a while ago in the past few matches. But yeah, that's gonna be 𝐓𝐿 with the Dharma. Action ready again with once. Goes locked it in with a double smite and a frenzy. Flashes are still present, double smites, and Harley. It's gonna be Harley with the frenzy again. You know, my thoughts on having Harley with the frenzy, it's gonna be a quite high damage out with the attack speed, with the life steal. But still, we see that 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐿 going for the comfort. I think that's like one of the picks that I always see, Chad, from 𝐑𝐿 when it comes to the past few matches. But Onion King lost it down. Oh, it's gonna be a gun and a Dharma setup from the side from Mahadewa.
And it is alone on the side of Onion King right now. On the side of Mahadewa, meanwhile, is Shang Yu and Luna from 𝐒XECRATION. And then I think it will be a double smite strat going into the side of GMT Ares right now. Let's see how they're going to implement their game plan right here. They really want to go for an aggressive golem hunt situation here, as both of their roamer and their jungler will be getting that as getting a smite, just to make sure the buffs will be onto their side. So I think we'll be waiting right now for game number 1 of our 4th match right here on Battle for Supremacy. Reign Supreme, what's at stake? A semi-final slot, and not just a semi-final slot, the last semi-final slot, and will be contested by the last 2 Indonesian teams on this tournament. So it will be the last game of this evening, and we are live right now. We are going to begin, and Silo and Jet will be bringing in all the action that is happening right now on the Heroes Gorge.
Now having to actually the Clash Lane, they're gonna be taking the Spirit River. Zhang Fei taking enduring a lot of damage. Melo is gonna be going out. You know, Mahadewa aggression again. Not much coming from the bot lane or top lane since Arlie with the frenzy activated it. It's gonna be a commotion happening again for the side for the bot lane. Look at that. Onion King might be going down in its very early stages. Gonna be GMT Ares might have an advantage right here for the gold disparity, but never mind. Still Mahadewa Esports on the other side going for the safe play. We're already 1 minute in the game. We already see just a matter of seconds, a matter of like how many aggression that we see already.
Let's see what's going to happen here, as Onion King might be down and out for the count, but no, he will be safe and sound thanks to the goodness of his bottom tier 1 tower. But there would be a Sunbin, probably. I think it's a Sunbin. Yes, it is a Sunbin, as 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 would be actually helping out probably on that farm lane, so that that farm lane player will be able to actually go home. And we'll see Luna on that side, as we are seeing 𝐒XECRATION might be able to rotate, as 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 might be in danger right now. And there's a jungle invasion that is going on right now, which is what the strategy of GMT Ares is going on right now. They really wanted to contest that Azure Golem, and it will go to the side of 𝐒XECRATION, if I'm not mistaken, and it will be in danger. Melo will be in danger right now. He will be taking a lot of damage. That will be finished, and first blood will be going on to the side of Mahadewa Esports, and Onion King will be getting that spoils. But we are seeing here Onion King will be actually hitting more, as NX will be just getting their exchanges here, as 𝐑𝐎𝐿 might be in danger right now, getting that skill going on, and he will be able to eliminate that Arlie as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, there is quite a steady commotion there. You know, I think there's a commotion right here in the middle lane, as Fediboy might be duking it out with 𝐿𝐿, and 𝐿𝐿 will be safe and sound right here, as we are seeing, I think, probably the end of the team fights as of the moment, and they will be going back to actually getting their objectives.
Come the way, there's not gonna be another Ray because GMTR has taken quite an advantage, but never mind. Still be Mahadewa Esports. No, talking about 1-2, Jet. I mean, GMTR is gonna be having a hard time. You're gonna be taking some of those objectives because Mahadewa Esports, they've been doing good clashes, but GMTR has been doing good job on how they can take the spaces when it comes to the paces or zoning. Actually, vicinity comes in, it's gonna be a stun. Annex goes in for the launch of the air. It's gonna be Onion King going down and goes again. KOK on the middle, but never mind. Annex is just dominating. A triple setup of those skills is gonna be dominating for the side for GMTRs. Now they have taken it. They're gonna be they have taken those skills. It's two actually. Reinforcements are gonna be coming in. The ambulance goes a wee wong for the Azure Golem. Still, they're not gonna be taking the tier 1 tower down for the side for Mahadewa Esports, but still, they got the objective done and ready.
Yes, and we have seen earlier what a very beautiful initiation going in Melo as he was able to actually launch in that unbridled outburst, hitting two people through the wall and might be wanting to set up that again once more as we see that Zhang just right there trying to wait on that on those heroes to actually just make a mistake and go into that brush as that Zhang will be ready for them as we see that Shang Yu just rotated right there in the middle of the fray as Mons might be in danger right here, but his objective right there is to actually zone out to actually give that GMT Ares that Tyrant buff. Meanwhile, it will be a team fight that's going on right now. As Melo will be in danger right now. He will be going down courtesy of Rage, and Rage will be continuing with that creation of pressure right here in the middle lane as Mons trying to defend all alone, and there would be 4 people probably transitioning right there to the Overlord.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. Now GMTR is gonna be having that kind of an advantage because that is gonna be 11 or 12k, 1.3k gold disparity against for GMTRs versus Mahadewa Esports. But still, because they have taken the Tyrant here from the both of the teams, but how are they gonna be taking it on the both lanes? Because they have the minute and 30 buffs, so Tyrant's gonna be all over the place.
That's true. The Tyrant will be all over the place in a few more seconds. And there you go. The Vanguard has just been deployed. And also are the people right here from GMTRs. They are zoning out people from Mahadewa Esports. No casualty so far, but the only casualty right now is the bottom tier 1 tower. And the Vanguard will be there. But what will happen is that Rage might be in danger right here. He might be going down, but thank you for the shields. He will be able to survive and live another day. And that would be going down. Is Melo on that. That would be another exchange right there as Kezikh will be going down courtesy of 𝐒𝐅. Now 𝐒𝐅 might be actually looking for another one. He might be able to take in damage, but the Azure, they would actually settle down for that Azure Golem and just looking at someone from Mahadewa Esports to actually make mistake there as we see 𝐊𝐿 and Onion King getting back into the jungle and actually try to protect their own resources. But in exchange with that, the middle tower of their side will be going down.
Now having like 2 towers for the side for GMTRs, they've been doing a good job on those pushes, especially for Shadow Vanguards. But still, for the side for Mahadewa Esports, yeah, Rage lived on that very moment of dash. But still, how are we gonna be taking? How are we gonna be responding on that? Because for me, Jet, GMTR, they're actually doing a good job. Now gonna be taking it because Kezikh right now, the Dharma is just doing a good for the hard line.
Yep. And that's true. That would be a hard life right now on the side of Mahadewa Esports. Although it is still an equal footing when it comes to kills. The gold discrepancy is quite wide with a 2k gold, 2 to almost 3k. It is already a 3k gold discrepancy between these two teams. Now, what GMTR is doing right now is that they're trying to create pressure right now in the jungle, probably exploit all those resources, and might be able to take on pickups as Rage might be in danger right now. He will be going down soon, and he will be going down indeed, courtesy of Fiddleboy, and Fiddleboy will be actually continuing to actually go further, and that will be a very nice unbridled outrage going in for Zhang Fei as Melo will be also contributing with that kill spree for the side of GMTRs as 4 people from Mahadewa will be going down, and now they are going to knock on Heaven's Door as they are going to put that tier 2 tower down and might be also the tier 3 high ground tower down as well.
Now they're gonna be having the tier 2 towers are down. GMTRS is gonna be having an advantage for like 5k gold disparity lead against Mahadewa Esports, but still are gonna be taking and responding on that since the advantage is gonna be coming in from 𝐷𝐿. You know, I mean the Dharma is really putting on point when it comes to jungle camps. But still, the itemization is still on point for them. They're still on their half builds, but still we're 8 minutes in the game. There's gonna be 30 seconds left till the Tyrant is still alive and resurrected.
Yes, that's true. And the Tyrant will be up in around 25 seconds or less. And it is still a continuous pressure that is going on right now inside the jungle. As 5 people right now from Mahadewa Esports are going in all together right now inside the jungle. But what's the purpose of 𝐁𝐅𝐒𝐄 here? I think they really wanted to zone out, making sure that there will be no people from the side of Mahadewa Esports that will take and contest them when they are going to proceed to actually get that Tyrant, and get that Tyrant they will, as we see more people right now on the side of Mahadewa Esports. I think they don't know where they are going to position right now, as they will be able, as 𝐺MTRs will be taking that Tyrant buff for 70 seconds once more.
Now they have 70 seconds and still, and it's gonna be 8 minutes and 40 seconds, chat. I mean, we are 9 minutes in the game. Still, GMTR is doing a good job to how to create spaces, and now still trying to hit the side for Mahadewa Esports because the tier 1 tower is still alive, and the tier 2 tower is still alive and well. Now they have taken it down. It's gonna be a push for them since the tier 2 towers are still alive and well, but still the middle for Mahadewa Esports is not down.
Yup, when you take a look at it now, they're going to get that Azure Golem on their side. Meanwhile, I think it would be a problem right now for Mahadewa Esports, as their resources are getting exploited right now by 𝐺MTRs. What a nice teamwork that's going on right now. And we are seeing that they might be getting into a high pressure situation right now, as they wanted to get a pick off from Mahadewa Esports to continue their pressure on that second tier tower. And now we are seeing Melo and 𝐷𝐿 just getting in and out and in and out. Meanwhile, 𝐷𝐿 might be
Clash!
that would be a clash, and that would mean a destruction of that second tier tower. What a great zoning methodology that is going in on the side of 𝐺MTRs. Although there are no casualties there are no deaths, they were able to actually secure the objective, which also matters. Even though it is not as the same as getting a team fight kill, it will still mean that their objective was attained on that, and that would mean a continuous harder pressure on the side of Mahadewa Esports on this.
Because 𝐺MTRs already have like 7k gold disparity lead with 5 towers down for the side for Mahadewa Esports. Now the Overlords are going to be attacking for the 3 lanes. Now 𝐺MTRs, I mean, they've pretty taken a lot of objectives here, Jet. They have the Tyrant, they have the Overlord. It's going to be another push for them. I think it's going to be 2 pushes coming from the side for 𝐺MTRs, but still, how? I think this is going to be a great pressure from the side for Mahadewa Esports, Jet.
That's
𝐷𝐿 is standing there.
Yeah, he's just waiting for his Vanguard, probably waiting his day of reckoning. And meanwhile, we are seeing the Vanguards right now going into a particular push. The Shadow Vanguard going on top on the Clash lane. Meanwhile, we're going to look at the people right now in the middle of the tower, as we see Unbridled Outrage has been out by Melo, and then that would mean they would be able to actually push and get that pressure onto the middle tower, as that middle tower, high ground tower, will be actually demolished as of that moment. They're just waiting for that particular wave. I think the Wyvern, the Vanguard, will be just enough, but it will be a protection nonetheless whatsoever once more. And then there is the Shadow Vanguard and the Overlord Vanguard right here on top of the ring, creating pressure. Meanwhile, on the bottom part of your screens, that would mean an elimination on that done, as killing spree streak will be taken by Faddleboy on this one. That would mean a continuous spree on them as they continue their high pressure situation right here on the side of Mahadewa Esports.
Well, another clash coming again for 𝐺MTR. It's gonna be a push back to launch in the air. It's gonna be a triple kill right here, but not gonna be happening for the side of Mahadewa Esports. But 𝐺MTR is gonna be putting a lot of pressure since the dragon comes in, and how gonna be taking it. It comes down for the defense right here for the side from Mahadewa Esports. Would you look at that? Another defense good for Mahadewa. 𝐺MTR is gonna be retreating right now since Mons is down, but still strong and healthy for the side from Mahadewa.
Yes, take a look at that. No, one casualty just for 𝐺MTRs right now. No casualties for Mahadewa so far, and I think this they need to keep that defenses high, or else one false or one mistake on a team fight will cost round number one, and that might go to GMTRs. Now they need to play for Mahadewa Esports. They need to play a very flawless team fight here without any casualties as much as possible. They need to make it a 5-0 on this particular team fight so that they will be able to actually create pressure and get some of the turrets that they never have demolished even once right now, as might be Axorite might be in danger right here, as Onion King might will be chasing up to him, but to no avail. The crystal
The base!
the base will be in danger right now, as that push was just distracting them, and Mahadewa Esports will be in peril right now as more people right now, and they will be on the defensive as more people right now on GMTRs putting that high pressure situation on them. Shang Yu will be going back as Mons will be also joining the team right now, but Axorite will be down as well. Might be down for 18, 15, 13 seconds right now, but they wanted to get that crystal cracked open right now. That's what GMTRs wanted to do, or they might be committing too much on this one. They need to actually get back and regroup as Mons' shields are up. Thanks for those damages that has been dealt to him as of the moment. For GMTRs, if they really wanted to win this game, they need to regroup because the Tyrants and the Overlords will be spawning in around 10 seconds.
Now they're gonna be spawning in like 10 seconds. What a good shot right there for the side for GMTRs, because we all for a fact that we know. Look, GMTR's been doing a good job. I think that's Mahadewa Esports with advantage lead. Oh, we got switched up, but gonna be Tresix again. It's gonna be another one taken down for the Tyrants. Will it be going for them? Still going for the Mahadewa, since guys, we're gonna be having some kind of disruption. On the other side, Mahadewa is still regaining. Mahadewa goes in for the clash, goes launched in the air. It's gonna be killing spree right here for NXT. Hardly with the frenzy, goes in for the crush crowd control. One taken down. It's gonna be counting down to its decimals, but look at that. It's gonna be frozen again. Gets knocked back. GMTR is having a hard time. Tresix, the Dharma is the only one alive, but still Mahadewa Esports still taking the things down. It's gonna be Rampage, they're taking it home. It's gonna be an advantage right here for the side of Mahadewa Esports, because you're still alive, strong and healthy. GMTRs, the only one. Dharma tries to kick it out, but still Mahadewa Esports able to take it home for the 1-0 with the lead against the GMTRs.
Yes, very astounding performance. Constant high pressure situations that has been executed right here by Mahadewa Esports. And Mahadewa Esports really wanted to apply that pressure sometimes to the point that it might be too much. But with that, I think they've realized that they need to get back because they need to be all together to create that high pressure situation, because we know that it is GMTR's high ground is actually in peril at that time, and with that, I think they really need to group together, get those objectives at least while waiting for for one of their teammates to actually spawn back and join the fray. Since it's okay to actually destroy or get the Overlord or the Tyrant, and that buff will actually go to the entire team, even though you died while that Overlord or the Tyrant has been taken out. So I think that was a quite well executed plan of action going into the side of Mahadewa Esports. So it would be game number one going onto the side of Mahadewa Esports. And for GMT Aris right now, they need to think things through if they wanted to continue on this one.
Well, still a big congratulations right here for the side from Mahadewa Esports for taking 1-0 lead against the GMTRs. Guys, we made a mistake. A while ago, it was Mahadewa Esports taking the advantage against GMTR. So we got switched off. We're bad. But we're still, yeah. Moving on to the game, well, it's 1-0 still. GMTRs, they have the pressure ongoing right now against Mahadewa Esports, because Mahadewa Esports actually had the 1-0 lead right now. But still, having the Dharma on their side, it actually good defense that GMTRs did. But for the side from Mahadewa, still a good set for them. As I can see, they're Tanks gonna be pulling it in, gonna be pushing it out, like with a distraction or with a mastermind strategy, going for the bot lane. It's quite incredibly good.
Yes, that's true. And I think that would be quite a very astounding performance from Mahadewa Esports. Mahadewa will be taking this match game one to their side, and it will be one more game to them to be able to actually clinch that semifinal slot. For GMTRs, I think they need to improve more. They need to get these games and get those executions of plan properly. But then again, to be able for us to actually watch game number two between GMT and Mahadewa Esports, we will be taking a very quick break. Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme with Silo and Jet will be back.
We'll be back some more.
First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Overlord has been defeated. Blue team. Blue team has slain an enemy. First blood. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Overlord has been defeated. Blue team. Blue team has slain an enemy.
All right, we are now at the last match of the tournament, but still in game number 2. This might be the last match of the tournament if GMT Aris won't be able to respond on this one. So it will be a match point on the side of Mahadewa Esports. But for GMT Aris, they need to win this game to be able to force this to game number 3. This is Battle for Supremacy Reign Supreme Season 1. My name is Jet, and together with me is Silu. Silu, what do you think will happen in game number 2?
Well, having the thoughts actually for Mahanawa Esports now, they're gonna be having like the advantage. They're putting a lot of pressure right now for GMTRs because it's a 1-0 already. So for GMTRs to take it back to the game tree, they have to win this one. So if they win this one, they're gonna be having to tie that odds. So when it comes to the best of 3 or the game tree, made the best win. But still here, guys. I mean, GMTR still have a chance here to take it home. But is Mahadewa Esports gonna take it home for them? Because we're still gonna see, guys. Because we're gonna be starting our drafting phase right now. And what are your thoughts, Jet, on they're gonna be the banning or the heroes are gonna be picking?
They need for Mahadewa, for GMTRs, they need to actually pick the right heroes right now, and just pray that Mahadewa Esports won't be banning them as of the moment, as we see a 𝐑𝐎𝐍𝐃 and a Dolia ban as of the moment. We'll see how these people play right now, and I think it would be more of the same when it comes to ban, but there might be a twist when it comes to the hero selection on both teams, because I think they want to get each other a surprise so that to catch the opponents off guard. Now we see a Lady Zen being banned right here, and I think that would still be a continuous pick right now, because there are some other heroes right now in the current meta, like this Mai Shiranui, the Dolia, the Haino, Lady Zen, the 𝐑𝐎𝐿. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the Mai Shiranui has just been picked right now by GMT Aris. Meanwhile, on the other side, it could be a 𝐓𝐻𝐿, it could be a it could be a Lucian, could be a Dongwon, it could be a Taiyan, it could be anyone who's there. There you go. And they will be settling in right now for a 𝐓𝐻𝐿 and a long bottom lane combination, a farm lane combination probably, and Long would have a lot of space on this one because of the 𝐓𝐻𝐿.
I actually agree with that. Now having 𝐓𝐻𝐿 Mellow with the smite again, well, patches are still gonna be present, but for Mellow, will we be able to see a double smite again from this match? Because Mahadewa Esports already had that advantage, like it's 1-0 for them. So are they going for the aggression play, or they're gonna go for the late game build? Because when it comes to late game, I mean, pretty much like 8 minutes of the game is already a late game for them, or a 10-minute late game. But still, we're still gonna see, because objectives still matter. Not much of an investment on like Purify, on recoveries, on stuns, but still, smites are gonna be present here for Mellow. It's gonna be picking us up. Yeah, I did lock it at Zanga.
Yep, it was a 𝐓𝐻𝐿 lock right now, and since GMT Aris will be looking for a farm lane and probably a clash lane here, because 𝐑𝐎𝐿 might be playing as a roamer Lianpo, and then going in back to that ban on the side of Mahadewa Esports. They are going to eliminate that Lady Sun, and let's see what the other one would be banned. Meanwhile, on the other side, it would be a ban on the Mayin, since there is no clash lane right now for Mahadewa Esports. This will be interesting, as an RD and the Lady Sun will be banned, and I think it would be quite an interesting pick on who the farm lane is. I think this would be Silas Marco Polo that would be going out here with that Lianpo. We'll see if that combination will work, since that 𝐓𝐻𝐿 will be on the other side, and let's see what will they be picking. And another Silo favorite, a Dharma, will be out of the equation here, and let's see what's going to happen here as Mahadewa Esports will be taking their pick.
Now, I mean, Jet, one of my favorites are now out. 𝐿, the Dharma is out, but still, the Ampo is in, because for a fact that I know. Okay, the reasons why I love the Ampo so much is you can deal so many crowd controls, getting so much time for your team to escape, to set, to make some disrupts on the operations of the clashes. It still depends, because we have Trezix as a lane over here. So imagine just doing hack and slash while doing a Leon Hole on airbornes, man. I mean, you're gonna be dealing a high damage output with Someday Way on the other side. Still, we're still gonna be seeing a 5 Onion King. It's a last final pick for the side for GTRs.
This is quite dangerous as I am seeing right now Cao jungle pick for the side of Mahadewa Esports. This is quite dangerous actually. I want to see how this Cao in a jungle will be as we see a lane on the side of BFT Aries and GMT Aries rather, and will be will be completed by a Hui pick on the side of GMT Aries, and now it will be a roster completion as Mahadewa Esports will be getting a Charlotte on their side as their clash lane. So I think it will be a clear right now. We're seeing how much that this will happen. There is still a 2 smite strat on the side of Mahadewa Esports, and there will be a pay pick on the side of the GMT Aris. So this will be quite interesting on how these things will play out. Most especially, I'm seeing a Cao on the first time here in this tournament.
Well, having a Telltale right here, it's gonna be inevitable for them on how they're gonna be taking the spaces again, but not much of an investment when it comes to smites because not much of a double smites are gonna be possible active here for the matches. But we're still gonna be seeing, guys. There's the game 2 of our best of 3. It's Mahadewa Esports versus GMT. Mahadewa is now with the leading score of 1. If they win this one, it's gonna be 2-0. They're gonna be securing themselves in the semifinals, but still GMTR, you have a long way to go right here. But how are you gonna be taking down Mahadewa Esports? Man, I mean, I'm really fond of these teams because these are both Indonesian players, and we for a fact that both know that Indonesian teams are really on spot and dominating in these teams.
Now we'll see what's going to happen here as that will be middle lane fit. Fatal Boy will be all alone right there in the middle lane as we see as Somedaway and Gauki will be facing him right here in the middle lane, and that will be quite an assurance right there as we are going to also look at the clash lane as Mons will be all alone as well as that Zhangfei will be rotating at that point. Melo will be actually looking for probably how to protect Fatal Boy on this one. This is just quite an exchange right here. They wanted to get that sprite for that extra gold and that extra experience that they're going to have, and that will be secured by Somedaway, but it is still quite a peaceful laning stage right here as both teams just wanted to get on their groove. But
Ooh.
I think that my Chiranui might be in too deep right now as first blood will be dealt by Fatal Boy. I think some other way must look for some other way to actually dominate this round. So I think that will be a rotation going on right now for Melo as there would be action that would be going on probably on this farm lane, Silo.
Well, having right now, they actually taking one. It's gonna be a 1-0 lead, 300 gold disparity. GMTR is now in rage. They're gonna be trying to take one. Still, rage. Look at that. Trying to take the advantage, but still no gets 10, 200 200 already. But still, Fatal Boy gonna have times. It's gonna be 3v1. Oh no, gonna be enduring a lot of damage from that one. And that is quite sick from the way. Interesting on the other side and off screen on top lane. It's gonna be a 1v2 situation, but Tresk is going to hack and slash again. It's gonna be Someday Way in range, going for the reinforcements, and Gayoki as well. It's gonna be a 3v2 situation, but Mons is just gonna get knocked down. Action ready. It's going to go next, but still able to live. Oh, 1 HP. How are they gonna be taking this one? Oh, it's gonna be a chase down, but the turrets. No, but still lives. Action ready. It's gonna be chased down. Oh no, getting a better minion. Okay, there's not gonna be gold much invested for the side for GMTRs because Mahadewa Esports actually this. Bro, he went from top lane to bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, he let the high ground turret kill him
And Jerry,
and execute so that no other people actually benefit from his death. What a wise move over there. And see, good God, this sounds crazy.
situation from that one.
Yeah. Ooh, look at that
Getting
sound.
chased by 2 cats while you're bringing their red, but Gayoki on the other side because Melo Onion King trying to get out, but the endurance will not that damage. 4v2.
Yes, it's a 4v2 situation that's going on right now. But in the bottom lane and in the farm lane right now, on the other hand, it will still be 2v2 situation. Still, both teams having that support with them, with that roamer with them. Very tanky boys going to actually be their meat shield, but I think that would be quite a dangerous predicament for Enix right there, as he got blasted off with that impact whiff coming in from 𝐑𝐿𝐒, and they wanted to get that Firebird, either Firebeak rather, and then we'll see 𝐑𝐿𝐒 just actually harassing them, trying to actually zone him out. That would be a killing spree. All either way by Fatalboy, and Fatalboy might be in danger right now. He will be able to flash out for safety. Melo will be able to jump as well for safety, thanks to that walls that will be able to actually keep GMT Aris away from their necks. And Silu, that was quite an escape there going into the side of Mahadewa Esports.
Because they already know that if they get taken out by GMTR, it's gonna be a turntable for them, because that's three of them. Now they're gonna be zoning out for the Tyrant, because Liampo on the other side is the only one. They can actually take this out, but they're not gonna be wasting some time. Now Mahadewa Esports got the Tyrant. 1 minute and 30 buff for them, and how gonna be taken into this is gonna be a push. GMTRs though, they're gonna be applying some pressure right now for the top lane, so they're gonna be exposed for the tier 2. But still, Mahadewa Esports still complete and ready for the clash on the bottom lane, but they are not aware that they're gonna be pushing. Now they're gonna be going to scattered lanes, going for the objectives again. Not much for taking space there in own jungles, but still, they have the objectives ready and on point.
Yes, that's true, and we are seeing that GMT Aris actually gets that Overlord on their side. Meanwhile, it might be a pressure going on in terms of push, though. There would be a pressure going to the side of Mahadewa Esports, but I think someone got caught there, and that Lianpo might be in danger there, as he will be catching crowd control there, and he will be able to use the term smash, but no, he won't be able to get through that wall.
So
He will be eliminated by that Fei. That was quite a disastrous move.
It's so fail. It's a quite of a fail skill, but talking about fail skills, it's gonna be one more here. Put up inside for GMTRs, but Mahadewa Esports still standing strong and healthy. Monsters just going in for the hack and slash. And 𝐿𝐿𝐿 is going again for the lane, going back again. Mahadewa Esports just taking it installed, good and ready. 𝐿𝐿𝐿, oh no, man. I mean, for the side for 𝐑𝐿𝐿𝐿, that was quite of a fail, but still Mons tries to get it out. It's gonna be a pick, but never mind. It's gonna. Fatal Boy goes in. It's a rampage coming here from Fatal Boy.
Yes, Fatal Boy.
Imagine taking it out.
Yes, he was actually trying to secure that kill before that 𝐿𝐿𝐿 will be able to escape. Well, meanwhile, that Charlotte Mons was able to actually dish out that damage, getting that Elaine into a sliver of life, but he got out. Meanwhile, he got hit by that Hui ult. That Fatal Boy's spree is over. Wow! And good thing there is someone who can actually finish that, as Rage will be getting that bone of Fatal Boy, and Fatal Boy will be out for the count, and it will continue here as we see GMT Aris might be getting in a resurrection form right now, but I think it would be quite dangerous if they're trying to force the issue right here. Even though it's a 2v1 situation, meanwhile, we are looking at off-screen at the mid lane as Rage will be actually trying to retreat and go back to the jungle. We are also looking somehow at Charlotte will be going also at the bottom lane, because they need to apply pressure right on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, at the
Focus it.
yes, look at that, and that would be an unbridled outburst that's going on for that time, and that would be an elimination there for the principal, but he will be going down B, courtesy of 𝐿𝐿𝐿. Thank you very much, says 𝐿𝐿𝐿, on that Enix would be actually trying to scurry away, or he want to actually deal more damage on this one. He wanted a team fight. Okay, then 𝐑𝐿𝐿𝐿 would like to go in the middle, get out, I will zone you out, I'll take that damage, get out. Okay, and I think that's this engagement right now, Silu.
It's gonna be a pinch remove right here, Jet, since there's gonna be 4 people from the side from Mahadewa Esports against GMTRs. The Ample goes in, another one for Somdeway, taking a lot of damage, but look at that. Delivers it and executes the strategy. 2 is down from the side from Mahadewa Esports. It's gonna be once again having a big trouble. Goes for the rocks in the air, an amazing kill, but still double kill for the side for Onion King. Now they're still alive and healthy. Mahadewa Esports, they have taken its stall. It's a comeback maybe for the gold disparity for GMTRs.
I think the last team fight that they actually initiated on the side of Mahadewa Esports, I think they went in far too deep for far too long on that one. They were actually eating the towers. They were eating tower damage actually, and then they were actually re-sandwiched. They were actually planning to do a pinch trap, but they were pinch trapped instead, because there are people who just got resurrected, who just got spawned, actually responded to that particular team fight. Now I think GMTRs wanted to zone out that Tyrant for their own, but Melo will be able to scout that, and there might be people right now on the side of Mahadewa Esports wanted to challenge that, but there are people hiding in the brush right now who will be taking this, and I think that will go on to the side of Mahadewa Esports. But what would be in exchange for that? Would be able to take one? Yes, there would be double kill on the side of 𝐂𝐿𝐼, but he will go down as well. They will be taking him down, and that would be a continuous outrage that is going on right here, as that would be 4 people rather, going down on the side of GMTRs, and that would be a team wipe for the side of GMTRs, as Mahadewa Esports will be marching on, marching forward, create pressure, and take out these objectives on their own.
Onion King is live. Is alive actually right here. Also for Tragic. Now they're gonna be taking one for the tier 2 tower. It's gonna be an advantage for Mahadewa Esports since they have the Tyrant buff. They have the one tower down already for the middle lane. One more till the life. I mean the crystal's gonna be exposed, but still another amazing flash coming from Mahadewa Esports. A quick recap on that one. They got in one by one, but Rage was just unstoppable, but got traded by Enix somehow together with Activator getting a double kill, but still Mons able to take that home. But look at this. It's gonna be a 1v3 situation, but still Rage and Onion King is just on the other side, just waiting for its big moments because Somdyway is gonna be dealing some high damage outputs. It's gonna be a push from the bot lane. No one's gonna be defending this. I mean, it's gonna be a pressure. But look at this. Now the 10 minutes in the game is gonna be launched in the air. It's gonna be a 4v2 situation. The Ampo is just not stopping at these clashes. Somdyway dealing some damages since it is on point right here. The pressure is on. Mahadewa Esports not taking its so Tragic and slow HP, but still he was able to take it down. That's Enix for you. One more from the side from Mahadewa Esports. 𝐊𝐿 having a big trouble, but still Onion King dealing some damage, hitting the tower damage on, and during the killing spree. Fellow goes in again. Will this be another team wipe for the side for Mahadewa Esports? And it is guaranteed. 20 seconds left. Still one of the GMTR's members still live on to defend the crystal, but they're gonna be taking the advantage from Mahadewa Esports to take that tower down, and it is gonna be exposed. Are they gonna be taking it home since Somdyway is now alive and well? Will he be able to take on a 1v4 situation to defend? And comes in GMTRs goes all out.
So I think that one thing that Mahadewa Esports will be doing right now is to get that Overlord, as we can see right now what 𝐂𝐿𝐼 is doing over there on the off screen. So there are objectives that are actually ready to be picked on, just like that. The Overlord will be going onto their side, and I think the Shadow Vanguard will be ready up for the picking. For the side of Mahadewa Esports, they just need to select where the Shadow Vanguard will be spawning, and they need to regroup since they are in that very vast advantage going into this, as 2 high ground towers will be broken down, has been already broken down rather, by the side of Mahadewa Esports. Now the Shadow Vanguard will be spawned, ready for the picking soon. And now we are seeing that Shadow Vanguard will be going into that farm lane, and now they are trying to apply pressure right now, even though there's no protection that is going in. They're not stopping there, as Onion King will be going down, and Mahadewa is still continuing to apply that pressure and breaking that crystal, and Mahadewa will be going into the semifinals. Woo!
This is Mahadewa Esports for you, securing themselves in the semifinals. Big congratulations to you because you have done it well. Well, still big congratulations right here for the opposing team. Somdyway, 𝐊𝐼, Rage, Tragic, Onion King. I mean, you still have more opportunities here for Honor of Kings, Battle for Supremacy, and outside tournaments. There's still some more, so we're still gonna be seeing you more in the esports industry. I mean, the battle within these teams, both Indonesian teams, are really on point. I mean, I can say they're really dominating. They're wreaking havoc in hell. But still, man, I mean, I'm very quite impressed in this team gameplay.
I mean, they're really a must-watch team right now, and I'm quite excited on what's going to happen in the semifinals on the next day. I think we will be seeing each other so tomorrow, and yes, we will be seeing more of NANOBOT, more of Mahadewa Esports, more of EXECRATION, and more of Blacklist International as we are going to the semifinals on the next day. And of course, a big congratulations going for Mahadewa Esports, and we will be seeing you on the semifinals. But for GMT Aris, there are still more tournaments to come. There are still room for you to
That's
improve.
right.
And like Silo has said, that would mean a learning, that would be a teachable moment for you, and take advantage of that because there are more tournaments for you to improve and to dominate. Someday we will be seeing you on the top. So, Sailu, we would like to thank a lot of people right now, most especially our sponsors, right?
Yeah, we're gonna be thanking a lot of our sponsors, which is Team Wallet, because guys, with Team Wallet, you can buy, sell, and trade crypto tokens like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Binance, Algo, Solana, and so much more. Because this is all with Supreme ETFs. And what is Supreme ETFs? Because Supreme Exchange Traded Funds is already here in Team Wallet. Because unlike other platforms where you need to download and sign up separately to buy Bitcoin and Ethereum, Team Wallet Bot makes it easier and more accessible for everyone by saving your time and effort to Supreme ETFs or Supreme Exchange Traded Funds in Team Wallet, because now you can purchase your Bitcoin and Ethereum with just one click. And Team Wallet has integrated all these features into a single system, making it more convenient and efficient for its users. So you can go ahead, download your Telegram, and search out Team Wallet Bot in Telegram to take advantage of this convenient tool. Because did you know already, you can actually earn team tokens by referring our players to join our tournaments, because these tokens can be converted to cash or used to join upcoming events in Battle for Supremacy. And Supreme Team Draft, you know what it is. Supreme Team offers you the opportunity to be drafted within its ranks by dominating in events for Call of Duty Mobile and Fortnite. Still expecting maybe soon for Valorant, because all of these features are available to all players worldwide. And talking about Fortnite, you can actually buy your own Fortnite V-Bucks using BNB. So go ahead and your Ultimate Wallet Bot so you can receive the pin in real time. And are you a Fortnite player? Because if you want to compete and wreak havoc in hell in this tournament, we have the tournaments just in the works for you. Be sure to explore our island map, which is BFStv Red and Blue. So keep yourselves updated. Join more on our Telegram channel, which is all BFStv Fortnite.
And yes, that would mean thank you so much as well to Battle for Supremacy for inviting me and Sailu to actually cast this action-packed tournament. And that means that we are really much entertained. Hopefully, for the audience, you'll be continuing to subscribe for us. And there would be matches tomorrow. The semifinals will be tomorrow. So I would love for you to actually be there and continue following, like, share, and subscribe on Battle for Supremacy or BFS TV right there on Facebook and all their other socials. So, Sailu, do you still want to thank someone else?
Well,
Or plug or someone?
yeah, actually, I wanted to thank all of my friends that have been supporting here for the Battle for
Yes.
Supremacy and my casting career. I mean, Jet, it's been an honor to cast with you, actually being the analyst caster for here. And guys, please like and share the stream, because Battle for Supremacy wouldn't be possible without you guys. Since that's all that I can say, we're gonna be moving on to our spin of the wheel on who's gonna be the players or the teams gonna be competing tomorrow in the semifinals.
This is going to be interesting as we only have four teams left remaining standing right here, as one from Myanmar, two from PH, and one from Indonesia will be holding on for that semifinal spot, trying to clinch the final spot. So we are going to spin who will be going on to the first match, and that
It's gonna
would be
be execration
Secretion.
versus who? We're still gonna see. That's I think that's match one for the
Yes, that would be
semifinals.
match
That's
one.
execration, but who is gonna be your opponent? Execration.
That would be quite interesting as we are going to have three teams left who will be spinning right here, right now, and that would
Be
be
Nano.
Nano.
Oh,
This is going to be interesting. I think it's Nano, the execution is. Yeah. Game game one. Game one, execration one. Game
yeah.
two, nanobot one. So
Wow.
would the pattern remain? So we will go for a spin.
Would you look at that? We are having our match two already. This is gonna be Blacklist International versus Mahadewa Esports.
Esports. And Blacklist will be going on for blue team at that point. Well, Blacklist won game number three earlier, so they will be the
Mhm.
third team to go there. And I wonder who will be they matching up with.
I wonder too, Chad.
I wonder too. So please spin the wheel.
Because it's gonna be
And it hit
Mahadewa
this
Esports. The perfect line. Look at that. Oh,
perfect
the perfect line. With a perfect line.
That's a perfect line. It hits for Mahadeva Esports. So Our matches for tomorrow will be Execration versus Nanobot in game number 1, and in match number 2, we will be having Blacklist International against Mahadewa Esports. So it will happen tomorrow. For all of you guys, stay tuned for tomorrow. Please follow, like, share, and subscribe BFStv so that you can keep up with what's happening on this particular tournament. And as Sailu and Jet here will be also saying our goodbyes, but before that, we would like also ask you for actually like, share, and subscribe our socials as well. And you can just find it at facebook.com/Mr. Jet1. And Sailu might be wanting to promote some things.
Well, thank you so much, Battle for Supremacy, for letting me cast in this. You guys, you can follow me on my socials. It's gonna be Salo Official on all platforms, and TikTok and Facebook. It's gonna be on Instagram and Twitch. So that's all my thanks for now, Jet. The big still thanks here for Honor of Kings, for Reign Supreme, Battle for Supremacy. Big thanks, man. I mean, it means so much to be here, and that's gonna be my final thanks. So, Jet, you have
Yes.
anything last to say?
All I can say right now is to thank you to everybody who has been right here right now until the end of the game, so has actually subscribed, commenting and everything, doing like, share, comment into the stream. And we'd like to thank you all. Hope that you will be staying tuned and we'll be there tomorrow for our semifinals match. And also on the next day on Saturday will be our finals match. And we will find out tomorrow who will be going on to the finals as we will continue. But today we will be getting our and but today this will be the end of our stream. This has been Jet, and together with me, caster buddy Sailu this way. And yes, that would be Honor of Kings, Battle for Supremacy, Reign Supreme Season 1. For now, toodles.
To those semifinals.
First blood. Blue team has slain an enemy. Executed. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain a tower. Red team. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team double kill. Tyrant has been defeated. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Blue team has slain an enemy. Red team has. The Overlord and Tyrant have been enhanced. Cannons moving out. Blue team. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team has slain an enemy. Red team killing spree.